ya kwani mashakil bijere salambi wansulu kanina kulu hibu badu ya jama mashakil bijere salambi wansulu salam alaikum alaikum salam salam alaikum alaikum salam salam dema binadi bet ya kwani na kan belet ma fi fogo salam dema binadi belet ya kwani na kan shokol zato ma fi fogo salam dema binadi shokol ya kwani.
Masa al-Khair from Sydney, Australia. أنا ما شايف زول هنا لسه. ناس بيجوا بعد شوية. أنا هلعب another song تاني while I'm waiting for some viewers to tune in, and one of my colleagues is coming to help today as well. Today our topic is open discussion. We'll be talking about bit from here, bit from there, and later on you will hear the whole thing. But for now, let me just play another song while we're waiting for some friends to show up. I know by this time people in America, Canada, they will be sleeping. Africa side, Europe, they're awake. But again, please share. Sharing the live video is very important عشان الناس اللي ما حاضرين ولا الناس اللي ما friends حقي في الفيسبوك هم احتمال كبير هيكونوا friends حقك وهم هيحضروا through your site. كمان انت كان طبعا في ناس كتير ما بيحبوا بيشيروا اللايفات بتاعت برنامج بعض مرات بكون against السيستم. اعمل شير في ماسنجر، اعمل شير في واتساب، في جروبات. I believe many of us في جروبات كان في واتساب or في ماسنجر or في any other social media platform. حاول اعمل الشير يلا بعد كده عشان يجينا شوية ناس يجي يحضروا، وبعد كده أنا هفتح البرنامج 4 minutes. أعمل شير. أنت كان جيت حسي ولا لسه جيت حسي؟ please share and let me play one more song, then I will start from there. Thank you.
Idasir sana wajuba lisanyalama shawari del nyongoro aine vya musulbe kakarba umoya lisa wangulube tiri la hola contract wodile nastabara uruste kulu kese mufijeba corruption biga safi kulu sekta sala kenisa tala business center aino abuna biga bidor be bouncer leaders have eyes but they can't see for the future on this country. Aya biga safi bele mazet bediride iya biga tala sikama bele mazet bediride aya biga safi bele mazet bediride iya biga tala sika bele mazeta bedide biwaja 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 shedi umata ina fi beto bi asadu ya wele itafana kebit utama baget abinu be mara dugu telefon jana bansu min school headmaster gali fisto lisa madafawo ya beledia itabiga nuketi mami bumfok fata yenataki ya laktabani baba Dictor John itabiga nuketi baba bumfok fata yenataki ya laktabani corruption biga safi kulu sekta sala kenisa tala business center abuna biga bidoro be bounce our leaders have eyes but they can't see for the future in this country. Aya biga safi bele mazeta bediride iya biga tala sikama bele mazeta bediride aya biga safi bele mazeta bediride iya biga tala sika bele mazeta bediride biwaja 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 shedi
يا مرحبا مرحباك. أنا شايف واحد زول معي. Please share pin or tag friends. أعمل share لماسنجرز لواتساب groups and other platform groups or page. Yes, and in South Sudanese we have lots of pages, we have lots of groups. أعمل share للصفحات الثانية الصفحات الأخرى عشان الناس تقدر تشاهد وعشان الناس تقدر تجي تسمع نحن جايين نتكلم عن شنو. الليلة التوبيك بتاعنا زي ما أنا قبل I mentioned the topic is open discussion but mainly we wanted to touch a little base on the new policy بتاعت land policy اللي طلع جديد في جنوب السودان end of last month I believe or يوم تقريبا end of last month في new policy الظهر and احنا كان كلمنا فوق last week I believe. I have a little base to touch on that just لهدف معين في حاجة نقدر رسالة نقدر نوصله I have to go back and touch on base بتاعت مثلا بتاعت land policy then I will continue with what I was supposed to send across. ده واحد. نمرة 2 water and food security in South Sudan and the connected health issue. We have health issue في South Sudan by high number people or citizens of South Sudan أمراض مختلف. مع إنه أنت بتلقى الإنسان المريض بمرض المفروض ما يكون مريض به ولا بيشرب ولا بيسجر. we need to check on that what could be the cause. نمرة 3 الكحول نفسه. في فيديو وديل كله في أنا عندي 3 فيديوهات أنا حارفه. كل ما أجي بتوبيك واحد من اللي أنا عندي 4 ديل أنا بقوم في فيديو مثالي أنا بقوم برفعه وأنتوا تسمعوا وبعد كده نجي نتكلموا فوقه مع بعض. رابع حاجة أنا قلت الكحول أن إحنا شايفين في أيام الماشي ده في شباب كتير قاعدين يموتوا. والشباب اللي قاعدين يموتوا ده مشكلتهم اللي نحن سمينا به قالوا الكحول بيشربوا مريسة. قال في مريسة هناك كده والكحول لا زول لما نشربه بيودي الزول وشباب صغار يعني ده المفروض يكون جيل المستقبل، المفروض ده الجيل اللي يجي يقدم الجنوب اللي قدام. نجي نشوف السبب شنو، وسبب شنو اللي بخلي الناس يشربوا أكتر من اللزوم. what was the cause. برضو في نفس الفيديو ده بتاع موضوع الكحول ما الكحول، برضو سمينا منه في واحدة منشنت بأنه في دراكس بيشتروا في الصيدليات، هوغن هالزول بيشتري وبقوم بحقن نفسه بتقريبا how many syringes هي ذكرت 4 syringes، لكن I'm not sure if that's true. It could be true, I'm not too sure. So في اللحظة ده زول لما يكون سكران وبيحقن نفسه بالدراكس، ان احنا بنعرف ال consequences will be what. So and who should be blamed on that. That's the main focus of أنا جبت كلام بتاعت alcohol and drug ده. We need to know exactly who should be blamed، لأنه الفيديو اللي أنا جاي نرفعه بعدين في التهمة اترمى على الأبرياء instead of the main target person that's supposed to be targeted or supposed to be blamed. ده نمرة 3. في آخر فيديو أنا هرفعه في النهاية، ده بكون لختام بتاع البرنامج بتاع development. So development is a wide topic itself. المفروض هو يكون بصورة يعني topic بنفسه، لكن السبب اللي خلاني أنا جبته أنا بس در نضرب المثال بتاعت الفيديو ده. الدولة اللي قايم بالديفلوبمنت ده فرق بتاعه شنو من جنوب السودان؟ يس في فرق، لكن كان شغلنا مخنا ان احنا ممكن نتغير في سنة في سنتين في 3 سنة، مع انه الدولة دي دولة جديدة، ما جديدة لكن يا دوب ظهر على وش العالم على اساس انه هم now they start to develop. يعني لحد في سنة 2024 الاقتصاد حقه هيكون بالنسبة عالي على مستوى بتاع افريقيا او على مستوى بتاع جنوب افريقيا. So ده برضو فوق فيديو برضو انا هعرفه، لكن قبل ما انا امشي لده كله let me give you our decorum Zoom decorum statement or message. في Zoom decorum ان احنا عندنا برنامج بتاعنا واضح، ما بنلبس لبس شاذ، ما بنجوا مكحلين كده بشاربين مويه سبيل ولا مويه زمزم، وما بنشتم، نتفق ونختلف لكن برضو ما نشتم بعض، ولا مثلا you have to degrade me or I have to degrade you or I have to call you all type of names or you have to do that to me as well. We don't do that. Yes, انت ممكن تجي عندك حاجة دار تجي تقوله you must welcome later on, but remember as I said no insult, no التشبيهات الفارغة، و make sure you're not wearing حاجة شاذ، و make sure كمان انت ما شوية كده مدربك، عشان بكرة بعد بكرة انت لما تيجي تقول لنا امسحوا الفيديو ده يا جماعة عشان انا ما كنت كده وما كنت جاهز وما كنت لابس كويس وانا ما كنت كلام سمع عشان انا كنت يوم الدنيا ويكند وانا عملت كده وكنت شوية كده مشحشح، لا يا اخويا ولا يا اختي، ده ما هيحصل، لانه فيديوهات since the creation of those sisterly platform ما في فيديو نحن عملنا له delete. Whatever video we have created on those platforms they are there. So it's good for you to make sure you're on the safe side. Otherwise, أخذوا sit back, أخذوا back seat, sorry, and listen to us. I have another sister will show up soon. Sister Lurit or Rita, she will join me shortly, and then from there we will start our program. But meanwhile, I will be talking until when she is up here. Okay. The reason that أنا جبت التوبيك بتاعت land policy اللي طلع جديد في جنوب السودان and is yet to be passed in the parliament of South Sudan عشان يعملوا legally بعد كده. الحكومة طبعا looking forward to have the land, as we all know that it says أنا ما أعرف إنتوا كان تشوفوا هجرة. I don't know. That was the land policy. So أنا ما جاي نقرأ حاجة منه، لكن بس أنا أقدر نربط كلام بتاعت land policy ده مع الموضوع اللي أنا جاي نتكلم فوق، لأنه already نحن اتكلمنا عنه الأسبوع اللي فات and I don't want to go and dwell on that more. So we already many of us have read the new policy for the land. بأنه land هيكون قالوا according to this document is the land is belong to people. It's not anymore belong to community, which is most of the communities disagreeing with that. Maybe few individuals only, they wanted this policy to continue and to be passed for their own interests. When I say for their own interests, you guys know exactly what I mean. Now, السبب اللي انا مفروض الاسبوع اللي فات كنت انا اجي في لايف about part 2 GMC 3 weeks ago. انا كنت عملت part 1 about مشكلة بتاعت جريتا مونري. عملت part 1 then day later on, after 1 day exactly, I received another information. There is another letter came up to condemn the first letter that I have came out and talked about that day. I believe it was on Sunday. Then the second letter came up on Monday. So I received the letter on Monday. Alasas, one of the elders of Greater Mundri by name. By name Elder Nathania Pascual Elikima. So our elders made letter to condemn the first letter that have been initiated or have been sent out by the chairperson of a Greater Mundri Community Association, Yambio, and his name is Sylvester Jima Tanga. So الجواب هنا بيقول the Republic of South Sudan, Greater Mundri Community in Yambio, Western Equatoria State, October 18, 2023. Salva Kiir Mayardit, President, Republic of South Sudan, Juba. Condemnation of the letter written by the self-proclaimed chairman of Greater Mundri Community Association in Yambio, Mr. Sylvester Juma Tanga, against this is so funny. Against Dr. Kennedy Ganigo, Deputy Governor of Western Equatoria and Zande people. Your Excellency, we are elders and representatives of Greater Mundri community in Yambio would like to take this opportunity to applaud and uphold our support to your great leadership to your great leadership for maintaining peace and stability in Republic of South Sudan through many approaches in this difficult situation in the country. Reference to the letter date 11 October 2023 and signed on 16 October 2023, addressed to your office. We are the community elders of Greater Mundri in Yambio. We are very disappointed. Oh, goodness me. Okay. We were very disappointed and not happy with such hate speech by chairman of Greater Mundri Community Association in Yambio, Mr. Sylvester Juma Tanga. He's totally like condemning Sylvester for what had happened. because Sylvester stood with Honorable and Elder John when he was insulted and he was pushed and he was pulled out of the office. So let me continue. So, Mr. Sylvester Jimatanga, we wanted to make it very clear that the letter does not represent views of people of Greater Mundri residing in Yambio. Residing in Yambio. Okay. The issue of King Budwe, the community of Greater Mundri residing in Yambio and other countless in Western Equatorial State were in peaceful coexistence with Zande community for a long period of time. And we had never witnessed any aggression by Zande people against our community in Western Equatoria, but we were surprised to see such letter circulating on social media in the name of Greater Mundri. Therefore, we condemned and disowned such we condemn and disowned such letter put across by self-proclaimed chairman of Greater Mundri community in Yambio, alleging atrocities that claim to be committed by the Zande community and their leaders against the community members of Greater Mundri living in Yambio. This was completely false. Now, if you realize such letter, our elder Nathaniel put life of the other gentleman in jeopardy because Hakuma Bida Salva Kiir wanted this such a statement. If you stood against Hakuma Bida Salva Kiir and one of your community came and point finger at you, you will be easier to be eliminated. It will be very easy for him to eliminate you because ده حاجة اللي هو دايره وانا شايف يعني elder نتانيا rebuke that على اساس انه ما في حاجة زي ده قاعد يحصل. Meanwhile it happened and there is a live video came out about it, and now he's standing with Salva Kiir. He's standing with Salva Kiir. Why? Because he's an SPLM, protecting his position, protecting his pocket, and forgetting Salva Kiir is after people's land. And those are the type of the people selling their own brothers out, selling their own communities out, selling their own land out. I'm sorry to say that, Elder Nathaniel, but this is exactly what it is. Because if you stand there against your own brother, Sylvester, pointing finger on him and call everything that happened lies, then you're selling out your brother. Your brother that you live with in the same state, from the same Greater Mundri. And that shouldn't happen, Uncle. I'm sorry to say that, but this is exactly what it is. You have sold Sylvester out, and anything can happen to Sylvester anytime. Calling him a liar, nothing happened like that. What are you trying to do? Or what are you trying to raise here against Greater Mundri? Just because of you working with Salva Kiir in regime bita Salva Kiir, you don't have to sell us out as Muru community. You don't have to sell us out. You don't. Protect your own pocket on your own way and leave our community to live happy, peaceful. See, Uncle Nathaniel, what you have done is totally disappointing to see an elderly person to act in such manner. That's totally disappointing. Okay, let me continue. Hello, Sister Lurid.
Hello, Salamat. Good
How do
evening
you?
or good morning to us here. Okay.
Anyways, yeah, I will give you floor soon. Okay, Gal, this was completely false. Where there were historical conflict, but that history cannot be used to divide the people of Western Equatoria State today. Okay, who ماشي قدام شوية the alleged beating of Honorable John Bariana. This issue, Honorable John Bariana, Minister of Cabinet Affairs, is not targeted individual community, because Honorable John Bariana himself has refuted in his video clip that the Honorable Deputy Governor did not slap him, as people were alleging on the social media. As such, he has no problem with the deputy governor, and if there is any problem, it should be addressed administrationally. So that فعلا جون بريانا قالوا، وهو اصلا ما قال دقه، لكن هو قال لوزو left and right بعمره بتاع 68 سنه تقريبا. لوزو left and right وجروا من كرسي ولوزو برا من المكتب. يعني كان هو بقى ما انسان مثلا رياضي وقوي في عمره ده، كان وقع من اللز، كان يمكن احتمال يكسر يده يكسر سنونه. هو ما قال دقه اصلا، لكن في humiliation حصل. ده حاجه هو قاله. And that it doesn't mean for you to come and condemn and to say, girl, there is nothing, because he just apologized. Why Honorable John Kennedy Ganiko Lema apologize? Why didn't he apologize? We have seen the same incident when happened in Central Equatoria State. The acting mayor has been released from his position straight away in 3 days, in 72 hours. He have been released. ولقيتوا قاعدين تغطوا على Ganiko. What is so good about him? Ganiko is causing so much trouble in Western Equatoria State. And that's not the only incident that happened. He have lots of problems, my governor. He have lots of issues, my governor. Ganiko nafsu kamanu mwenye amasha kasaro makhzan. And that was brought out by Radio Tamazuj. Masha kasaro makhzan unagolo sila bita asliha bitat ayo. أنا ما هنا to defend لآيو. مشكلتي مشكلة community. أنا بس درنا نوري على أساس إنه أخطاء الغانيكو كان قاعد يرتكبوا في ويسترن إيكواتوريا ما واحد. بعدين تاني حاجة، عشان هو يجي في المكتب يجي معه جيش شايلين أسلحة ويجي يدقدقوا محاله ويدقدقوا بابه ويلزوا بابه ويعملوا حركات بتاعت الإرهاب ده ما زول إرهابي. ده زول إرهابي يا أنكل. You shouldn't condemn the first letter. You shouldn't do that. By condemning that first letter بتاعت Sylvester, you wanted to make you wanted to show yourself انت يا هو ال مثلا زول الصح القات you protect your people. No. وفعلا في حاجه، في atrocities كتير happen يا نايدا uncle. There is lots of atrocities that took place in Western Equatoria State. ومن 1960s I guess في اتو governor من مورو انتوا بس دارين تقعدوا يا نايدا deputies. You guys are just wanted to remain as deputies, and yet you wanted to tell me that there is no atrocity, there is no problem. This issue have been resolved. This issue have been Sylvester قال ما عنده مشكله مع كينيدي غانيكو، لكن كينيدي غانيكو عنده مشكله مع الناس. اصلا اننا في ويسترن ايكواتوريا في جريتر مونري we don't have problem مع الناس زاندي. We don't have problem. Ma Nunu Kumba, ma Joseph Bokosoro, ma Ganiko, the Richard Kasanga, or whatever he called himself. We don't have problem Manasdel. Well, even with the Zande community at large, we don't have issue with them. But they always standing against us. They always, their leaders. And I mean the leaders. I don't have anything with the community. Like in leaders, they're always standing against a Greater Mundri community, citizen or leaders. Remember, naman jawab talo galo kunderni amlo Greater Mundri as a grazing land. 3 years ago, job them akantala. And now you guys, you accepted the cow to stay in Greater Mundri. You accepted the cow to stay in Greater Mundri. Uda yahu tarigal baden arid bitakun hayishilu. Kantu darin walitu ma darin. You guys have accepted that. We have heard all these meetings. All these meetings came to us. Finas gal yamshu u finas gal no, khalinas del yogodo. Unamani gumi ikatulu muatinin, bukra, ita zato naida. Uncle Kennedy, you will be quiet. You will never come outside to condemn that. Na Uncle Natania. How many of our community members have been targeted and killed? Fimasra win-win. Why I haven't seen you coming out to condemn that or to say we have these issues happening to us? When we have people to stand up and talk on behalf of the community, you guys are here to condemn them. Sesma Yumda Katala, bold. He made it clear he doesn't want to see cows in Greater Mundri. For you guys, now you accepted the cow to stay. You guys need to remember 2004, 2003, 2002. You need to remember that. وما حاجة إذا عشان انتوا تقبلوا بحاجة المفروض ما الناس ما يقبلوا بها. ليه الناس يعيشوا مبقرات في محل واحد؟ يعني احنا ما ناس بتاع أبقار. We are not. حتى كان اننا بيجينا دارين نكون عندنا ابقار في جريتر مونري ما بكون بكميه مثلا هو هسه هم انهم قاعدين يجيبوا ده يجي يعملوا الدمج لمزارع بتاع الناس. I have seen the farm. How was it damaged only in 2 days? The whole farm was damaged. هل انتوا بكره هتساعدوا المواطنين ده باكل؟ هل انتوا حاسه بكره بعد بكره كان الناس دي بقى جانين؟ اننا ما شفنا مشاكل ده قاعد يحصل يعني في باقي ولايات ثانينا. هل انتوا بكره بعد بكره هتشحنوا الذره ولا شريف تقوم توديه في جريتر مونري؟ في قبل سنتين فيضان من عمل في مونري. انتوا ما قادرين تشتروا مشمات سائل للناس عشان يقعدوا تحت مشمات مع عيال. And yet you have the guts to come outside and condemn the people who wanted to speak their mind. People wanted to live happy, Uncle Nathania. People want to live peaceful. People wanted to live بإنه في security. مش في زول تاني لافي في دار بيت بسلاح. في زول تاني بيجيب بقر عشان يجي يأكل بقر حقه في فام بتاعك. People are struggling to live. ما في شغل. ما في قروش. People are struggling to live their own life. You guys need to stand up for your community, because if you really there in J1 or whatever you name yourself, في محل اللي انت فوقه ده, you representing your people, you should stand with your people and do the right thing. By standing there, working mahakuma bta Salva Kiir, and you call yourself your elders, you're one of the elders of Greater Mundri bitat Muru community for Greater Mundri and Yambio, and you're not doing whatever that's supposed to be done for your community, then you're not leader. I'm sorry to say that. You're not leader, because leaders lead by example. Leaders always look back to their own people that they stand for. Leaders always give service to their own people. If you are not doing one of those, you're not even offering school, you're not leader. I'm sorry, very sorry to say that. I do respect you as an elders, with a greater Mundri, but what you guys are doing, 110% wrong. وده يهوكا دخل إيال بتاعنا بتاع greater Mundri today كله في الشوارع. Level بتاع education bigger في ground level. Because you guys are doing nothing. We have Korbande, we have you, we have Weasley Natana, we have the other Weasley, we have many of you. We have Richard K. Muller, we have many of you. Education zaman can fi greater Mundri in top, at the top level. But today bigger hit. Because you guys are chasing money. You forget your own communities. تلقى زول واحد في جوبا ده عنده قريب 15 20 بيت قد يخطوا كله في ايجار بالدولار. لكن الكوميونتي بتاعه they are doing nothing. انتوا اللي 200 ما بتشبعوا، ما بتشبعوا. جنريشن الجاي هسه ده جنريشن ايالكم في فوقه، ايالكم في فوقه. يعني انتوا بس دارين ايالكم ده يقروا بباقي قروش بتاعكم ده، والناس اللي ما عندهم ناس في حكومه ده يعني ما يتعلموا، ما ياكلوا، ما يشربوا، ما يتعالجوا. الكلام ده بيكون كيف؟ انا ما شايفه حميه بتاعكم في محلات ديل. You guys are not giving any service to community لمرو community. How many times did we send money من here عشان يمشي يرسلوا بهم ذرة واكل ومشامات وشنو شنو. We're doing contribution in diaspora. We never forget our families. We never forget our loved ones. and yet انتوا قاعدين هناك مع سلفكير بتاكلوا وبتشربوا في واحد dining table. البدي جناو لنسكول مانيان، البدي جناو لأكولا كوريا أرسو just to keep them remain in that position عشان يكونوا قاعدين في حكومة بتاع SPLM. Shame on you guys. Very shame on you. I'm very disappointed because the elders that we have long time ago, it doesn't look like you guys. They don't. They always stand firm for community بتاعهم. عشان كده مرو community زمان كان كلهم ممرضات، دكاترة، أساتذة، نجارين، كهربجية. ناس دم اشتغلوا في ملكان، في واو، في وين، في خرطوم، محلات دي كله ري، محلات دي كله ناس مرو كان موزعين فوقه. And now today إيال بتاعكم كله في أنديات. إيال بتاعكم كله في أنديات. Some of them they even dying from alcohol. And you call yourself as a minister. Huh? You guys have damaged us. You have damaged our reputation. Gurush ma bihudi ay zol mahal tani gidam. You will live happy today, only today, because you have this money. But tomorrow, when this government go, or somebody come and take over, you will be the same level here as Gune, begging money. And possibility is high. You guys are all gonna go to Andayat. Because you will be like, what can I do? How can I help my family? How can I help this? How can I do this? How can I do that? Because money bigger mafi. You guys are the cause of the destruction that's taking place in Greater Mundri. You guys are the cause of the all problem already happened for Greater Mundri. We have struggled for 2005 to chase all Bagarat Bara. After all the atrocities that can happen for Greater Mundri, Nuswan Gadini Dugu, Gadini Oktulunas, Gadini Harugu Biyud, Gadini Amuru rapping, Gadini Amuru whatever it is, 2004, 2005, 2003, Greater Mundri have struggled and they stood their ground until they sent all the cows out of Greater Mundri. And today you guys are accepting them back. Sister Lurid, if you have anything to add, otherwise, let me stop here. Are you there? Lurid, it's mute. اوكي سيستر لوريد الظاهر وشغاله كده بعيد من اللاين. ده الحاجه البسيطه اللي انا كنت داير اقدمه بموضوع بتاع اللان، لانه انا شايف لان في جريتا مونري is gonna be in problem, and the problem will happen sooner or later. It will take place as soon as there is chaos in Greater Mundri, there is no peace. ده حاجه اللي انا شايفه ولا انا حاسبه، لانه the same thing took place before and now is again. ناس ديل لما جو قتلوا ناس قبل اسبوع، ده كانوا في شهر 9 ولا شهر نهايات بتاع 8 ولا beginning بتاع سبتمبر، واللي بيخليهم يخشوا هناك شنو without even notification. البدين باس باي عشان يجي يخشوا في جريتا مونري ناس MI وناشونال سيكيورتي. ديل يهو قاعدين يخلوا الناس ديل يخشوا، بيعملوا لهم اوراق، يعملوا لهم باس باي، يدقوا فوق اختام ختم ويخلوهم يخشوا في جريتا مونري. لما يخشوا بيجي بيلحقوهم باسلحه بتاعهم. اسلحه ده المفروض يخلوه في بوابه في بودا بتوين قبل ما هم يخشوا في جريتا مونري. قبل ما هم يخشوا بيشيلوا منهم اسلحه، هم يجوا يخشوا. قال عشان على اساس انه طبعا الناس خايفين من اسلحه، والناس ديل قاعدين يقتلوا الناس وشنو ناس قتل هدس ديل. ناو لما هم يجوا يخشوا ناس ناشونال سيكيورتي بيشيل الاسلحه اللي كان خلوه في بوابه امبارح، بيقوم بيلحقوا ثاني للناس ديل. بعد كده الناس دي بيقوموا بيعملوا تيررايزنج المواطنين، يقوم يعمل تيررايز للمواطنين في حله. بعدين عسكري شنو يلف باسلحه في السوق، في مستشفى، في شوارع، في حله، لا في بسلاح قاعد تفتش شنو؟ ما انت قاعد تخوف مواطنين. وبعد ده كله اسلوبهم ذاته ما سليم مع المواطن البسيط. انت شايل سلاح المواطن البسيط ما عنده ولا حاجه في يده، وانت بتحدد وبتسيء وبتعمل هيوميليشن وكل حاجات ديل قاعد يحصل من منو؟ الناس ديل كلهم ديل هم ذاتهم ناشونال سيكيورتي، بانه هم ذاتهم حكومه الجيش بتاع سلفكير. انا ما خدت ناس قتل هدس از قتل هدس، ناس انا ما خدتهم از رعاه. ناس ديل ما رعاه، ده حاجه معروفه اي زول يعرفه كويس. بعدين حاجه ما قاعد يحصل في جريتا مونري برا، واننا شايفينه قاعد يحصل في كل ولايات، في 10 ولايات بتاع جنوب السودان حاجه قاعد يحصل، وكل واحد واقف على رجلينه. وفي ناس عديل مش بقى دخلوا في مخيمات، ولا انكل نتنيا تقدر ترسل ناس مروا في مخيمات وانا ما عارفين. حطوا في راسكم يوميتوا تعملوا غلط ده هتندموا فوقه طول عمركم. This mistake, if you guys let it happen again, you will regret for the rest of your life. You guys will regret. وانا هنا من منبر ده بنادي باي زول انتوا بقر في جريتا مونري، they have to leave, they have to take these cows back to where these cows came from. They have to take these cows back. كلام بتاع حسا land policy، انا قبل قاعد نتكلم كلام ده در نكونكتد بالland policy ليه؟ لانه they using cows as tool to terrorize people, to mobilize people, then they start to live on your own land. لانه هم بيجوا زي ده بيجي يعمل لكم terrorize، يعمل لكم humiliation، كتل نفرين 3 سلاطين كده واثنين 3، بعد شيء الناس بيقوموا بيسحبوا من الهله. لما الناس يسحبوا يجروا هم بيجي بيستوطنوا، بيجيبوا نسوانهم، بيجيبوا عيالهم يجوا يسكنوا. لما نيجي يسكنوا انت بعدين ما في لك رجوع. وكلام ده مذكور في نائب بتاع كارول برجر، مذكور على اساس انت لما تطلع هم يجي يستوطنوا نفس حاجه اللي عملوا للشلوك، نفس حاجه اللي عملوا للنوير. لنوير لسه هم ما طردوا ناس نوير كله عشان يمسكوا لان بتاع نوير، but they're trying their best. now شلوك معلش انا بعتذر، الشبكه رماني برا، عندي جو هنا كعب شديد، بعتذر لذلك. زي ما انا قلت شلوك كله عايشين في مخيمات، وجزء يومين دول كله في جوبا. انتوا مرو كمان كان قبلتوا بهذا الإيراد شويه كده يقوم يدخلوكم في يونيمس، وبعد كده انتوا عملتوا لنفسكم براكم. لانه انتوا من from the start or from beginning you shouldn't let that to happen. Sister Rita تفي نريد اوكي. ده حاجه اللي خلاني انا اربط الموضوع ده بموضوع بتاعت اللان، لانه ان احنا شايفين cows have been used as a tool to terrorize people, to display people, and to kill people. When I say people, I mean the indigenous of the lands that they're going through, or community of the land that they're going to terrorize. Example, Greater Mundri community, which is belong to Moro, they will be there to terrorize you. They will be there to display you. They will be there to kill you. When you start running away, this is where you start losing your land. Great example, you have Numule. How Numule have been taken. Now Madi cannot come back. Chulu cannot come back as well. Let me see this. In the ethnocide as a tool of state building. I just want to read a few. Okay, if you go in Carol Berger's book, page 8. Hi, Joseph Rufina, how are you? It says, are you there? Okay, it says the Nuer are going to be organized and armed to invade South Sudan. The Equatorian will be made to invade South Sudan. And this is where the Dinka massacre will take place. That is stated by Joshua Daudiu. You know? So, ده على اساس انه انت لما تطلع من لان بتاعك بكره ما هتقدر ترجع فوقه. وانا اديت a great example. Madi cannot come back at the moment on their own land because now there is a new settlers. They call themselves Dinka Numule, and soon you guys are gonna have Dinka Moro in Mundri. Yeah, and yet you uncle Nathania are standing against your own brother of condemning what is happening. You guys are not talking about the cows that you guys have in Greater Mundra at the moment. You guys have decided to say these cows, let them stay. and you guys will regret that, because we've been talking about it. We have been talking about it, and you guys have made a decision, like in decision bitakum na, based on your own pocket, because you guys have your own position that you guys wanted to protect. What about the civilians? What about the innocent people that just wanted to live their own life? You cannot be living happy and someone live in jeopardy position. They cannot eat, lack of medication, lack of health, lack of education, and you don't want them to say something. You don't want them to speak their own mind. No, this need to stop, Uncle Nathania, and we don't need that to happen. The second thing that I wanted to talk about, this land issue as well, Lurid.
أنا موجود أنا قاعدة أسمع لك.
Okay, do you want to say something before, or do you want me to bring the video?
Yeah, maybe بس أنا بحبش في بداية principle تاع حاجات تاع land issue ده. أنا بس
Yes.
adjust the light لكن light time I did work out, so that's why I'm off and in. But
Okay.
let me talk about this in a brief way. أنا بجيب أول حاجة نتكلم عن موضوع land issues ده and draft اللي هم ذاته عملوا. Okay. In that draft there is some highlight that لازم احنا نطلعه ده في page عندهم في page 2 where they stating أول إنه كيف land legislation ده جا come about. إنهم been disrupted by the 2013 events يوم ما قدروا يعملوا، لكن after that in 2022 they hold a task force to do that, and consulted and conclude that review in WOW في 2022. And in that state عندهم في discussion حقهم ده من ضمنهم chapter 4 where they're gonna boast the agreement of resolution of conflict in South Sudan, Republic of South Sudan, and the revitalized peace agreement, the resolution of conflict in the Republic of South Sudan. RS is called for an in-depth national debate. So that's the national government, which including IO and SPLM, that to debate and review the current national land policy and the Land Act 2008. So 2008, the Land Act is established موجود في Sudan. It means that day before the time to the independence in 2011. So they are reviewing this law al-موجود, and they want to make a new law that fits for South Sudan as a law. So all these times we are using the Land Act 2008, which is resembling, most of it is Sudan Land Act. وفي نفس الزمن most of it is been just adjust a little bit لأنه كان زمن بتاع British colonization is that kind of law تاع land كان موجود. طيب هم قالوا انهم خلاص هم دايرين يعملوا بقرارات بتاعهم ده قرار جا review act from revitalized peace agreement and هم RRCs, and that's in chapter 4 talking about it in a wider aspect in order to achieve consensus over land tenure. So that's the review to do about the land tenure and use of management and address issues of land grabbing, other malpractice involving land, carry out necessary reforms, undertake mapping, and to maximize economic utilization of land in South Sudan as an integral part of the peace building process. Imagine utilize the use of land for making it as an integral part of the peace building process. Then Ugashino, with the technical support from the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, the FAO, that support minimum the organization and highlight that the people who are help them to make this legislation happen. And then the United Nations mission in South Sudan, UNIMIS, the ULHUD, convened a technical and planning workshop in March 2022 to reflect on the strategies of finalization of um, national land policy. Following the workshop, the Honorable Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development uh, constituted a technical task force under the leadership of the chairman of SSLA LC, now in the land, the housing, South Sudanese Land and Housing Committee, to oversee the process of the revision of finalization of policy document. The technical force task force convened and facilitate a multi-stakeholders retreat in Wau between 25th of April and 3rd of May 2022, which produced and submitted to the Honorable Minister to revise an updated draft of national policy in June 2022. So that's the Mogul, the things that no one established about it. And within that, في كلام هم قاعدين يقولوا إنه موضوع land issue is موضوع إنه to address the issue of land grabbing, where we don't see that. It's not addressing the issue of land grabbing, instead to maximize the government hands on land to as a part of the so-called peace process, where that's a contagious issue that when it touch, it can bring no peace. It's not a peace building issue. It's not resolving. It's conflicting, making conflict more
More issues.
violent. Yeah, it's a tangible issue and it's very sensitive issue, where even another highlight برضو كلام بتاع stakeholders. Who's the stakeholders that much of you wow and hold this meeting? Because part of his stakeholders should be Kulu communities, all the South Sudan, goes there and attend it. They know this land is concerned them, and the change of this law should be a part of it, communities, to be involved as stakeholders to make a decision about those land policies, new land policies that they are now adhering to. Technical task force are there, but then it's still stakeholders who are attending with those technical task force have to be from the communities. And where is these communities? We can see absence of some most of the communities. We can maybe they're making a representation of some communities that rather than others, and that's also wrong. And policies they just are in a dark. People are not informed about these processes happening beforehand, so people can watch and attend these things some in informative way. It's been kept hidden until now before the election. It been brought about. Why? That's a very big question mark. If you are processing this since 2022, why didn't see the light in journalism to discuss about it before? It should, but never happened. There's a lot of issues behind this. Is that the government hiding and making sure that it's not going to see the light except before the election, and then making the parliamentarian to vote, those appointed parliamentarian who have no legal rights to vote and submit this before the election to make it a constitution law. It's a big issue. And how you make an election, you make a constitution before the election that not been informed all the stakeholders, and then you decide go ahead with your election to make a very fragile election that doesn't hold any waters, and even a very fragile constitution that sometimes is very, very controversial, not
And this
subject.
is what I said on the last video that we have done last week, Rita.
Yes,
this government is not legit in the first place. They are not legit. They shouldn't do any policy or make any policy current in current condition. عشان قالوا ما ندير مثلا نغير يجيب لنا policy بتاعت اللان ودو ما ندير يعمل شنو ما ندير يعمل شنو. That shouldn't happen in first place. لانه في ارسيس اجريمنت بتاع 2018 في بنود من ضمنهم كان هو constitution of University of Sudan to be rewritten again to make it a permanent constitution. And then in that constitution itself, suppose the land issue should be mentioned there clearly and given to the citizen to know their rights in that land of because the land is belong to community. They have to know their rights and they have to know they are protected and their land have been protected by Constitution of South Sudan. Then from there, maybe the rest of the things can happen. This government is not legit. Who voted for them? No one. Who brought them in? No one.
And especially these land policies, you are not legit. How are you going to change these land policies beforehand and coming to the election? Unless you are guaranteed, that's why you are preparing for yourself to take over. And that's how it is. That's can you just explain like that. You know, Mama Kita, to make policies like this, huge policy like that in a very short time, and then want to enforce it on this and make it as a draft in a constitution while you are coming about in an election without even sharing it with the other partners in the government. Although when I read it, بيقول إنه هم عملوا سوا مع the unified transitional government, which including IO, and it's not without those kind after the peace revitalized peace agreement. He's concluding that they have done it together. So this land policy, is it just from this government, and that's the unified government of revitalized peace agreement, the so-called revitalized peace agreement? And why now IO is saying that that's not working? Why the IO have to explain and have to say that this land legislation is not viable? They are playing with the people's mind, and it's a very questionable for both this in the government to answer question for people. And people have to know where is this coming about, how it come about, and who making it about to come. Uleja Hassa, they have since 2008. Imagine 2008 and independence happened. They never changed this act. What's new to change this act? After 2008, what make this act is very vulnerable to land grabbing. Land grabbing is a government issue because most of these people who grab lands are officials in the army. If you may say, most of land grabbers are someone empowered by this regime. So how to address that is you address your own officials who are grabbing lands and sort it out in court. And never happen in once in a time in South Sudan that land grabber been brought to court and been sorted out. Most of the time, the land issues is just end up in the court and without resolution, and end up the victims are victims and end up they are victims forever. And none of these land grabbers being persecuted and put to court and never addressed with a harsh laws. Where is those land grabbers that been addressed with harsh law? There is no laws even against those land grabbers. In South Sudan, when you constitute land policies, you never have a policies to address those land grabbers. Even doesn't have a court judgment to them.
Okay. أنا قبل Rita or Sister Lurit أنا جبت كلام بتاع لاندا. I wanted to connect it with an issue happening in the side of Uganda, northern Uganda, which is في border بتاع جنوب السودان. That was a customary land. Museveni now is playing the same game with Salva Kiir. He wanted to sell this land of Acholi out. That land, customary land, ownership and the development among actually people of northern Uganda. قبائل المذكور هناك 4 قبائل في قبائل لا بتاعت actually some of them are really hard to pronounce. في واحد بيقولوا نام أقرا، وفي تاني بيقولوا أروم and the third one is Mochonwi. Those are the Gabail al-Aishin fi northern Uganda, which is fi border ma South Sudan. When you see those land, Museveni now is put those lands to be sold out. Is that any arfin ganun the customary law land? Customary land sometimes حتى انت كان ما عندك فوق document بيثبت على اساس انه ده land بتاعك ولا مثلا بتاع جدودك او ارض بتاع جدودك and you are the right owner, it shouldn't be sold. You can just go and register and have your land at the way it is. If you are the owner wanted to sell it out, then that will be your responsibility. But according to this gentleman here, I'm going to bring the video a little bit up about Shawaya. You guys will see the guy is talking al asas inu ganun bitam bita fi Uganda henak customary land shouldn't be sold out. Let me bring that video up. انتوا تسمعوا وبعد كده لوريد هيعمل فوقه كونكشن ما.
This is a rejoinder on the issue of land. I was doing a lot of research. I was volunteered a lot of information. But before I go far, I live in Buganda. This is my home. This is the plot of land I bought. It's a 50 by 150 meters. This is where I reside in Buganda. Many people have been challenging me that don't I have land in Buganda? Why am I against the issue of land in Acholi? Now let's get this right. Article 237 of the Ugandan Constitution gives 4 types of land tenures: leasehold, freehold, milo, and customary land. This land I am sitting on is for the Kabaka. I have a lease for 49 years. After 49 years, it reverts back to the Kabaka of Uganda. In Acholi, land is customarily held. It is held according to the customs of the people in that area. And what does it mean? It means I, Udongauto, cannot sell customary land. So the political issue that requires a national dialogue is on the issue of Balalo. I was doing a research. The word Balalo has been coined by the Baganda to mean cattle keep.
Video they frozen. It's frozen in my side. Queen, the video is frozen. The video is not working anymore.
None actually who have bought land and they are cultivating. Is anyone complaining? We have Dutsi Balalo who are grazing cattle. We have Ankole. Yesterday, President Museveni was in Acholi, and he told people to fence customary land. He told the Balalo to fence customary land. That is wrong and that is unlawful. Now, what is the solution? These Balalo spent money. They spent money in Acholi. They spent millions. They spent billions.
Okay, ده حتة اللي أنا كنت دار أصل فوقه على أساس إنه customary land, it shouldn't be sold. It shouldn't be يعني أنا دار نعمل connection. Whatever is taking place في Uganda, في northern Uganda, ما Uganda كله في northern Uganda, which is the same thing now. Salva Kiir is playing that game to make it as to happen in South Sudan. هو داير يخط اللان على اساس انه الاراضي كله يكون قال belong to people, and then in future later on he going to twist it from people, is gonna be government, حكومه هو بيكون مسؤول من الاراضي. بعد كده هو بيبيلك بطريقه هو داير يبيلك. هو حر يديك وما يديك، هو حر يطردك من ارضك، هو حر يعمل حاجه اللي هو داير البريه. ده كلام خطير جدا يا جنوبين، ده كلام خطير جدا. وانتوا راجعوا نفسكم وقعدوا براها، اقروا اللان بوليسي ده براها ودققوا في دماغكم مظبوط، وارفضوا زي ناس ايسترن ايكوتوريا رفضوا. كان بقى لكم ده يكون موت، اخر زول يستشهد من تعيش من غير واطه، تعيش من غير ارض، تعيش من غير place to call home, because you guys are going to be homeless. لوريت انا بخليك تواصل if you have something to add on this.
Yeah. The tenor style في land موجود، land tenor موجود في Uganda is applying with 4 laws, 4 legislation, and that's
Billions
itself in
buying
the
land.
same country. In the same one country في 4 laws apply وفي different region، يعني عنده different region اللي بيستخدمه. مثلا في Buganda areas is different, in Acholi areas is so different. The government constitute that عشان يلعب به، لأنه أنت لو جيت في land Acholi, the customary the tenor, land tenor is different from the one when you are in Buganda area. In Buganda area where this speaker اتكلم عنه، قال هو عايش في Buganda area واشترى land is leased for 47 years. That's because it's applied different law.
Yes.
تخيل one country into 4 laws, and South Sudan is not applying no law for any state.
For anything.
If you are
Exactly.
federal, yeah. So we don't have a different style of laws that like in Uganda. The Ugandan government is making 4 type of laws in different regions. Nakin Zol in Buganda, when he want to go to actually land, he will use their law and is standing against even the people will. Nino mama garin use the lease law fi actually land, where the R can change that to the lease law, where they can have it for a land bishtaru minum the lease in 47 years. Lakin when you apply the lease, Manatu is applicable to all the people. Yani Manatu actually people cannot have land owned. So they're gonna have a lease ownership. زي في UK برضو عندهم lease ownership. في land محدد، ما كله lands فوق lease. في lands محدد is for lease. And related to that بيسموه قال they lease owned by the queen with royalty. يعني انت بتكون عندك أرض ده for 120 سنة، 150 سنة، sometimes 250 سنة. That can be applied. لكن في محدد في land معين, and that even land عنده features why is being done as lease. عنده answer to that question. أمكن reserve، أمكن منطقة ده is closer to محل national parks، أو this منطقة بيكون عنده whole privacy for resources that the country want to use it after that. كله ده for عنده reasons. Sometimes the same country have laws ممكن يغير lease holding ownership, and that also the legislation. Countries as United Kingdom ما عنده أساسا constitution law. It is legislation laws where they legislate things and then they apply it as a law, and for some time it will stay, then they can change as well this legislation after some time, and they move on. Adjust, upgrade it, update it. That's always they are doing. South Sudan still doesn't have a parliamentarian system. We don't have a parliamentarian system where we have even the technical force that will sit down, we discuss it with the task force and Mojuti ministry. Because there is conflict of interest between the task force and Mojuti ministry, while في parliamentarian, the parliamentarian are taking it as a genuine national issue, but Ministry of Housing or Land maybe بيكونوا من عندهم technical issue that to adjust these laws according to their
On interest.
work conditions and according to facilitating the things for their interest as a ministry. Where is this conflict and interest that is verified or even challenged? Mindana the parliament that do that, challenging those laws in that way. Always the government make legislation and laws that even nasa sharaku fogo mujidin fi barlaman that like this JCE, like this, the honorable members ta hukuma da,
That's
they are
right.
in the parliament there, and they are the one who make those legislation. How we justify the neutrality and the partiality of this kind of parliament? How people can be assured this parliament is doing things for them? If last time salaries and us they make it the lowest thing, while other the IO make it for 600%, they lower it to 400%
400. Mhm.
based on their greediness and based of protecting them on the money for the government, not based on the people needs. If they are looking in the people needs, they should make it to the highest, to the 600, to the 700, or maybe to 200 or 2000 because the price hike is very high and doesn't meet the demands and doesn't meet the needs of the people. This parliament never have been standing for the people in a very good way. Yet this gonna be handed to them, and the land issue is a very crucial issue. Yani, there is people who are not even participating to know that this land is for them. They are knowing من زمان customary system الموجود في السودان act اللي هو land act في customary system. واحنا كنا قاعدين في خرطوم ده زي ده بيوت
Yeah.
العشوائية. لو احنا قاعدين نتكلم عن بيوت العشوائية، انت بتجي بتشتري لان من نيبر، في نيبرز بيمسكوا واطة كبير، دين بيقول لك يا اخي تابني هنا، انا بدي اشتريه مني، تشتريه منه ب lump sum of amount of money not much، بتسكن فيه وبتبني فيه، بتبني عشوائي انك انت عارف انه يوم من ايام government هيجي، وفعلا government بيجي بعدك بيعمل roads وبيديماركيت. انت لو وقعت في الشارع توتالي بعوضوك في حته تاني،
بيعوضوك.
لو وقعت في محل كويس الشارع ماشي بسكتك كويس، ده المحل ده بيقسموه لك وبيدوك القطعه بلوتنج بتاعك ده كان درجه اولى ولا درجه ثانيه ولا درجه ثالثه. كان المنطقه دي being allocated، ده policy land policy بتاع government انه this area allocated to be درجه اولى ولا ثانيه ولا ثالثه. بعد ذاك بينزل، لو انت في وقعت في لان ده محل ده اساسا درجه ثانيه، لازم تبني بيتك على ستايل الدرجه ثانيه. if بيتك واقع في درجه اولى اللي هو لازم يكون في عمارات عشان not your neighbor to look over you، معناته انت تكون عندك الستاندرد الليفل انك تشتري تبني بيتك ديزاين تو بي درجه اولى. لو انت قدرت تقعد في بيت درجه ثالثه، that's designed for local people to live in those lands. and plots بتراوح، في محلات بيقسموا لك 500 متر، في تانيين 200 متر، في تانيين 300 متر accordingly. that's policy.
بعدين ذاته لما يدوك بعدين ذاته لما يدوك العرض ما بيضايقوك، يعني يقول لك انت عندك فتره كده معين you have to build or if you
Yeah,
don't build it
because this ده كمان
then
موجود في land drafting and موجود في حكومة ده، لأنه هم قاعدين يقولوا طبعا the urban and suburban places. So the issue the land issue there is designed for just the city. لأنه they are not speaking on countryside. They should highlight the countryside. How is they gonna divide the land? They instead highlighting the issue of peri-urban. Peri-urban the places are attached urban places اللي هو attached to city.
city.
So كيف إنه محل ده يقدروا يقسموه لناس عشان هو قريب من an urban city. معناته you are not doing fair to native people of those urban cities. And by the way, we want to question that urban according to the state, our state, Central Equatoria, is an urban city. The whole state of Central Equatoria is an urban city, or is it some of them are rural areas? Rural areas, where is it demarcated from? How's they allocating it? How did they speak to the communities to tell this is the urban area and this is a rural areas? And a natural development and extension of the city happen naturally by the people admitting that this part of bigger part of the city be a Gerima city. Zay
Yep.
Munuki can was a village, but then become a city, part of the city, because it's gone through a natural growth
Yep.
and natural extension, and people accept it. Can part of rural area is not a part of a city.
Even nas Rajaf, behna kulu mahalat den nas
Yeah,
Bilingang
but
nas
Nakir Rajaf
Kulu
never been a part of a city. It's a rural area.
rural area. Yep.
Yeah, even is in Bagmarat, the rural area be demarcated by natural stream or river that give the crossings. They Kondokoro with Juba. It's a crossing with a river.
Hmm.
So these natural things should be allocated in a well-established things with the communities, because these native people, you cannot rehouse them and send them away. Cannot happen. And the issue of Ramshell, why the extension never happened there? It should be happen naturally. Why until now Mafinas Bonufi Ramshell? Why the extension didn't go to the north? Because it's a government policy enforcing and restricting the movement of people by using a lot of artificial conflict, using their militias to make people live in hostilities and cannot move around and have no safety. وأهم حاجة في حياة السيتلمنت أي ناس هو security, and this government is not securing the security, and who are a very crucial part of a peace building. We don't have a security. South Sudanese are subjected to unsecure areas. Even في جوا city ناس ما بيطلعوا بعد ساعات معينة. في جوا بيوتهم ناس ما بينوموا برا في أيام معينة، في زمن معين. Now ده ناس هسه بيقدروا ينوموا شوية برا، لكن before no access. في محلات لحد هسه دي ناس ما بيقدروا ينوموا برا، بينوموا جوا بيوتهم.
within Juba
Within
Sister
Juba.
Doreen, within Juba saa tisa آخر زمن الناس قاعدين برا كان في تلفزيون بقفلوه، بابور بقفلوه، أنوار كله بقفلوه عشان أي زول بخش جو أوضة. ده من saa tisa. يلا أنت كان بقيت برا في الشارع نهايتك الساعة 5، الساعة 6 لازم تكون في بيت.
Yes.
شفت كيف؟ ويلا لما تخش جوا بعد الساعة 9 أنت ما بتطلع تاني برا من أوضة بتاعك بالليل.
Exactly.
الحمام بتعمله جوا في علبة، ما بتطلع برا، تطلع الصباح حتى تشيل الوساخة بتاعك مش تكبه برا. ده يا هو السيتي اللي الناس قاعدين يقولوا ناس عايشين فوقه.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what that kind of life is that? It's
Miserable
nothing.
life.
A very miserable life, and it's not right, and it's not true right.
So this
But
land policy الجنوبيين shouldn't be accepted. انتوا جنوبيين في جنوب السودان، انا هنا ما بكلم لإيكواتوريا براو، جنوبيين كله whatever is taking place في region تزول تاني is going to reach you on your own region, on your own state. You better stand up together nice and tall and send your message. كان بيكلف رقبتك جناك خليه يعيش مرتاح، جناك خليه يكون عنده وطا اللي هو بيعرف وعنده لان، مش انت عشت في تعب وبكره تدخل جناك يعيش في يونيمس، ولا جناك يطرديه مش يعيش في يوغندا ولا في نيروبي. You guys better reject this policy right away. So I will let you conclude on this, Sister Rita. Then we will go with the next agenda.
what one I want to conclude, Felana is a very dear thing to us, even itahasa by this law papers alta عندك ده you are subject to review. أي زول عنده land بأوراقه ده you are subject to be reviewed. ليه؟ لأنه government want to put his hands in even a private properties لما يكون subject of time when there is a resources in this place. And هنا we notice government have make a policies مش policies have address organization to do a mineral mapping the South Sudan. So معناته they are exploring natural resources في South Sudan. So لو بيتك وقع تحته a gold mine, under this law, you have to submit to the government to be withdrawn from your place and get compensated. Nakin, can they tell me South Sudanese, all people of Lair the oil الفوق موجود فيه, did you been compensated before with this regime؟ ما كان شفنا الريشنس حقكم ده. Did you been compensated يا ناس تاع ناصر؟ Did you been compensated يا ناس الموجودين في مبانى اللي عندكم oil field فوقه؟ Did you been compensated؟ And that's very crucial question to لكم عشان تعرف إنه this land issue is something is very huge, and also is gonna unravel the thing that wicked plan of this government is not after you to help you, and instead is against you to minimize your importance and make you vulnerable. And that's the apartheid to South Africa. By the way, apartheid was withdrawing the rights of Zulu or the native people of South Africa to have ownership of land. And that's the same إنه ممكن يحصل لنا في South Sudan. Ownership بيكون في يد أنت حكومة, and they will adjust and facilitate and administer those lands according to their will and their demands. And that's not right. And I should be voting against this. In South Sudan established on justice and based on equality and based on freedom. If we don't have these three elements of values of South Sudanese, we are nothing. We are not making a nation of South Sudan right. And that's exactly the core things that this long conflict and fight have been based about. Otherwise احنا كنا عندنا شكل عشان شنو؟ عشان يجي يستعمرنا أخونا اسمه سيلفاكير يقسم أراضي زي ما هو عاوز لأخوانه وأهله، وإحنا نتفرج ونقول it's okay. Or this land or this nation of South Sudan is based on individual elites like JCE can decide our fate and our destiny. Are we being about for this? Are we went for this war for this? For few bunch of people who claim that they want, they have liberators? You never liberate me because I'm not in enslavement or in bondage before. I was claiming my legitimate rights and never been granted to me. Then we're claiming to have a South Sudan because we don't have a justice that time. We don't have the freedom to do things in our own country. We don't have the liberty that we have it. So we have to continue with this. Otherwise, we are doomed, and we have to continue fight because our struggle is not ended yet. أنا بختصر هنا. شكرا sister.
Shukran, Sister Lurid, for the submission that you have given. Yes, الآن موضوع بتاع الآن هو موضوع واسع شديد وموضوع كبير جدا جدا. المفروض الناس تحكم فوقه بالذكاء، ولا مثلا القوانين اللي بيجيبوه قانون to protect the land itself. But when I read this policy says the land is belong to people, anyone can come and claim this land in future. Can be a Kenyan, can be a Ugandese, can be a Ethiopian, can be a Sudani, can be a Nigerian. Anyone can come and claim. Who's all? Mushu people, one of the people, if they live there for more than 5-10 years, they have right to claim something land. As long as إدارة بتاع جنوب السودان إدارة مفكوك شديد جدا جدا جدا، واي زول قاعدين يدوا باسبورت لدرجه تيررست قاعدين يدوا باسبورت بتاع جنوب السودان ده. It's very easy to claim land. بالذات ناس التيررست ديل، ناس ديل غنيانين شديد، عندهم قروش خيالي جدا جدا. ممكن يشتري قطعه بتاعت ارض يكون بحكتك، يعني ما يقول لك 500 متر ولا 400 متر، ممكن يقول لك كم فدان is belong to him. Who can say anything? Nobody can say anything. Like just an example, ممكن وطا بتاعت انا بتاعت جريتا مونري كل يجي يقول لك يسحر لك زول هندي يقول لك انا وطا ده تابعي وانا دافع فوق قروش. Who can say anything? No one can say a thing about that because they paid money and they have a South Sudan citizen and they become part of that land and they become part of those people who have mentioned in this new policy. So الناس لازم كان تراجع، وعشان كده رياك هو بيطالب بانه الدستور ده لازم كان يعملوا له review again, maybe to make a little bit of difference, to have the right ownership of the land to go back to the community. Although there is other areas that maybe حكومة بقول مثلا درج يعمل فوق مثلا business for future in future ولا because هم قاعدين يفتشوا طبعا لناس المستثمرين عشان يجوا في جنوب السودان according to the statement that رياك have made في راديو تمازج. So ده يهو هسه قاعد يخليهم يجهجهوا، وهم دايرين حاجه ده لازم يعملوا به باس بسرعه في برلمان so they can have that power to do whatever they wanted to do. Because هنا شايفين oil crude oil بتاع جنوب السودان هسه خطوه خلاص كله لحد 2020 something قدام في فيوتشر، هسه هناك ما في قروش. Now the gold في eastern equatoria في نوبانوك في محلات الفوق ذهب is all being controlled by Salva Kiir family. Ma Iyalo, ma Maratu, ma Nuzubano. Now they're looking for the land to bring investors in South Sudan. The land will be the least for 100 years, for 200 years. Nobody knows. حاجة في دماغنا زي في nobody knows anything at all. شفت كيف؟ بيلعبوا بدماغ ناس وبينفذوا تعليمات اللي هم شايفينه في الانترست بتاعهم. الناس دي ما بتشبع يا جنوبين، الناس دي ما بتشبع، وانت جيف وقفة رجال otherwise we're gonna be homeless soon. So في كمان اخر حاجه انا بقوله في بوليسي بتاعت النيو بوليسي ده، انا ما شفت حاجه مكتوب هناك. انا ما اعرف لوريت يمكن انت بتكون قريته كله لحد النهايه، لكن لحد محل ما انا قريت ما شفت له حته بوري على اساس انه كان مثلا حتتك ده وقع في محل فوق الريسورسز بتاعت المفروض اللي يكون طبعا الريسورسز دائما بيرجع للحكومه، ده حاجه معروف. مثلا اريا اللي انت فوقه كان فيه ريسورسز جاي اكتشفوه هناك وانت حيجي يعوضوك في المستقبل. انا ما شايف حته زي ده. شفت كيف؟ انا ما شايف حته بانه بكره بعد بكره ممكن يعوضوك.
This regime have designed it in a different way. That even a settlement there is they're saying informal settlement. They speak about it a lot, and they talk about the ecosystem that the vulnerable ecosystem. يعني لو بلد مثلا subjected مثلا لflooding. So في natural في informal illegal settlement. informal settlement ده even they have a part كبير يتكلموا عنه. I think in chapter 5 or 6. It's very problematic. Welcome brother. Welcome back Joseph. Welcome back. Good to see you General.
اهلا وسهلا.
Nice to see you. Okay. Yeah.
Finally you're here brother Joseph.
يا اخي والله شفت اوبتس عمل لنا مشكله يا اخي.
والله حسب من جبال جداني برا كان قريب 3 مرات بجداني وثاني برجيني بجداني.
والله مشكله قوي جدا جدا. يعني يوم الاثنين تقريبا ما كان عندنا شبكه. ما نحن
كلنا استراليا وايد I think استراليا وايد كله.
Yes. I believe they're still struggling to fix everything. واصل.
Yeah. So it's an issue, and they have been using that kind of issues بكلام ده. لما نيجي compare it مع حكاية compensation, they mention it. They say that, the government في private properties have been explored في اكتشاف exploitation of resources, natural resources. They will do compensation. لكن even compensation ده to be speak about it in details is not happening. أنت بتعرف إنه ده لعب بقانون ولعب ب- 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 بعقول الناس. لأنه if you are putting in a law kind of compensation ده بيكون in what term, in money, ولا a replacement ده ذاته بيكون in what way,
لا
where is
حتى
the distance.
حتى موضوع بتاع اراضي لوريد از بيج ايشو. المفروض زول يعوضوه بقطعه بتاعت ارض ويدوه قروش عشان يمشي يبني.
Yeah, and also the distance between these natural resources to your place. How is it? And عارفين South Sudan ده بالذات, especially in gold, by the way, mining, gold mining and exploitation, especially have used gold for buying guns during the war, especially exploitation of all gold in Kobaita is not a new thing. نعرف إنه في كثير من جنرالات في South Sudan have taken this gold and built houses in diaspora, and we can name
في يو كي لندن محلات دول كله.
yeah. They took this gold in junks and they sold it out in Western countries to accusation. Where is the compensation that happened to Kobaite people?
Nothing.
Nothing. Even in terms of service sector, to build for them in schools
School.
or hospitals, is not happening.
مش ناس
And
كبوية
that's the
يهود في
same
جوبا
thing
شهرا.
with Upper Nile. يعني ما في hospital, big hospital to accommodate problems that happen from oil mining thing. And I remember when I'm in Bentiu, is عملوا حاجات دي، لكن مكاتب بتاعت كلينيك زي بيقفلوا الساعة 12 صباحا midday. يعني access ده ذاته لو زول جاي من village حقه to access those services is not happening. I think
Imagine.
the government never look into the community role by the industry companies or investors. They have to link that with their social responsibility towards those communities to deliver service to them. وانا بقول انه most of industries or investors الموجودين زي مثلا the hotels industry, they have connection, they have obligation to do service to the community that this hotel is for. Hotels, we bring about crimes, we make crimes it's rising, we make issues that prostitution is happening in the area, we make issues that that the water sanitation is an issue, because when they use this they use it for مثلا flushing or even the littering products that be removed around the area. Those could affecting the communities. Hotels should have a responsibility to clear this and stand by the community to make sure this is not happening, to minimize this. And that's called a corporate social responsibility, where all the industries and investors working towards and helping the community to do their jobs, and also to make their life around the industry easier. أنا متذكر إن لحد زمن قريب ده hotels عندهم مشكلة. that's مجال أنا قريته. عندهم مشكلة مع communities لأنه sometimes even they don't buy their products. بيجيبوا all their products exported. So where the community can benefit from this business, they have to make sure that they're buying a homemade or a land local resources من ضمنهم معلوم products بتاعت الزراعة زي موز زي خضروات وديل. That that by buying from the local this is cheaper, at the same time is beneficial for the local people. They gain some money from this industry. They're the example basit for hotels. Then what about the big industries like oil and mine or gold mining? They have the bigger responsibility and they should invest because they have big capital to invest on these countries. in these communities. يعني احنا حاسة by this time since before 2011 the exploration of oil مفروض كان احنا عندنا كم مستشفى في areas بتاع آل النيل، كم مستشفى في منطقة ولاية وحدة، كم مستشفى في مناطق تكوبويتا، كم مدارس في مناطق تكوبويتا، كم other services في other minor services that مفروض industries that to provide that like
شكرا.
مركز تا cancer، مركز تا addressing the impact of the oil production in those areas. researches دراسات بيكون موجود، لكن none of this happening in South Sudan and our people are being زي ما بقول deprived from their rights to have. So that's what I want to say, and that's
Okay.
really the issues that we're supposed to be looking at.
Okay, thank you, Sister Lurit. Yes, when investment coming to any country, agreement should be made clear. When you come to invest in our country, you should employ our citizen to work, even just as the cleaners, as the electricians, as cook في هوتيلات طبعا. في حاجات كتير، في وظائف كتير. secretarians in the reception، مضيفات مثلا بيستقبلوا الضيوف، ومضيف الشباب مثلا الناس اللي بيجوا من برا، خواجات ولا أجانب تستقبلوهم، to save them. All this stuff, the employment supposed to be given like about maybe 70 to 80% from the nation that you coming to invest to تعمل investment فوقه. But that is not happening. يعني احنا قاعدين نشوف هوتيلات الكتير في جنوب السودان اغلبيه ويوي وصوماليين قاعدين يشتغلوا فوقه، ويوي وصوماليين. While that will take us to the next topic that we're going to talk about. Brother Joseph, if you have something to add, the next topic that I wanted to talk about is how is our current condition in South Sudan. We have boys كتير ان احنا قاعدين نشوفوه في الشوارع قاعدين يموتوا، قال قاعدين يشربوا alcohol, drugs, because lack of employment, lack of like schooling or even معاهد عليا ولا مثلا something that to keep them busy with life instead of some of those boys, they are already graduated, they were driving border borders. Those who have families, they're driving border borders just to put meal on the table for their own family. And those who did not reach level of finishing their education, Yahu Gadini Mutu fi Junuba Sudan. We have this video have been made by Akuna Michael Christopher. Will bring the video up. But at the moment, Brother Joseph Rufino, if you have anything to add about this land issue, you can take the mic for now. Then I will bring the video with Michael Christopher. You're
All right.
muted. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Shukran. Let me just take it up from this issue of the investors. And then I will go back to what you've been talking about, the issue of the land, the issue of the salaries, the issue, and many other issues that you guys have talked about. In a genuine country, yes, I believe anything to do with investment, foreign investment, normally they unclassified, because we've got staff are classified into their unclassified staff and classified staff, and their technical staff and their staff who are not technical. Normally, the investors is allowed only to bring technical staff. That is in case the country doesn't have those technical staff. But unclassified staff like cleaners, laborers, waitress, these positions are normally given to the nationals of the country where the investors is investing. لكن لو رجعنا ورا طبعا We should not think that Salva Kiir doesn't know, because Salva Kiir has surrounded himself with people who have served in previous Sudan government, and some people also, some of his advisors are educated, although he is not highly educated. He knows everything. And this brings me to the topic today, to say that whatever is happening in South Sudan, it's done purposely or intentionally, because there is an agenda. Gune, you were reading before the agenda of the JCE on South Sudan. One, when we take the issue of the land, based on the agenda of the JCE to dominate and occupy. That is why they have got this in place. Now they are going to put this land policy, and then that will be reinforced by law, because there is nowhere where they would say that the land belongs to the people. And in the constitution, it says the land is divided into three. The land belongs to the community. These people have got an agenda that is on a constant review. That is why they don't talk about the refugees. This issue of the refugees in foreign countries coming back to South Sudan is out of their vocabulary. They even don't want them to come back, because for them this is an opportunity that the places where these refugees were living before in their own country will remain empty, so that their people can come and occupy. The issue of the salary is also done based on the agenda, because people are working and they're not paid. At the end of the day, you've got a family. If you've got a piece of land, your family needs to eat. They need kids needs to go to school. They fall sick. They need to be treated. You've got no money. You're not paid. The only option is to sell your land. And to sell your land, the only people who have got money in the country right now are these people from one ethnic community. That's why you ask yourself a question: why are they being flown every day from villages, towns to Juba, and there's no employment, and yet they live happily? There is a secret payment that is given to them. Why is the money of the nation kept in J1 for this agenda? For everything, كل حاجة اللي بيحصل في جنوب السودان ده حاجة مخطط، مرسوم ومخطط، وهم قاصدين ينفذ. I think some of you said earlier that now it is left on to the people of South Sudan, the rest of the people of South Sudan, to decide whether they're going to say no to this. Already we have heard that some other parliamentarians or legislators or lawmakers in Eastern Equatoria have rejected this policy. Hopefully some other also legislators in other states will reject. But I don't think from all the states, because right now they even say to themselves, there was a lady that was saying it on the social media, how a colleague that they work together from Bor said to her face that, you know what, whatever you people are trying to say or do, you're not going to get the land back. We are already 80% here in Juba or in Central Equatoria. And Gune, you did mention the issue of Nimule. The issue of Nimule, I would say, I think there was also a kind of tomato من شباب بتاع نيملة وسياسيين بتاع نيملة لأنه there are two examples here. The issue of Mundri, which was the same security. These people came because there was insecurity. But then when the insecurity is not there, they were asked to leave. They resisted. الشباب قاموا وطردهم. شفت كيف؟ شباب بتاع نيرانغو قاموا طردهم, which was a good thing. Otherwise, they would be by now still in Mundri. لكن الشباب بتاع نيمولي والسياسيين بتاعهم اتماتوا. عشان كده حاليا هم they were even proud that they have the majority of them in Nimule, and they're not going to leave. Leaving Nimule is going to be bloody war. And some of you already are aware that Rebecca Nyandeng is every now and then sneaking to Nimule, supplying some arms to their people. وقاعدين يقول لنا في social media. So it's not an easy thing. These people, they mean business. لكن احنا قاعدين نتماتوا. So yeah, we have just to educate people and to synthesize people as well. Just let them know. Otherwise, the future of the rest of South Sudanese is bleak. It's very black. Well, kalam da قاعد يحصل قبال الelection, which is already predicted in Rais. Salva Kiir is a winner of this election. Once he's won the election and it's being announced, but ذاك القرار جمهوري بيطلع every week or every day for changes that are only in their favor. Whether you like it or not, they are going to do it. So it's only for the people of South Sudan to decide. لأنه الحياة during that time when we were living together with the Arabs is much better than الحياة الحسي. When you were talking in حاليا, as I know as well, and many others know, في جوبا ما بتنوم برا. And at night تستخدم جركانة أو علبة to urinate in it وصبها بعدك تشيله, which has never happened في الزمن اللي كنا عايشين في جوبا. حتى لو ما كنا عايشين في زمن ما كنا عايشين في جوبا برضه ما كان سمينا قاعد يحصل. لكن this is happening. And then they created something that is called unknown gunmen. unknown gunmen ده في جوبا هناك مثلا. جوبا ده يعني population بتاعه شنو ما بخلي زول يكون معروف. حسي انت لو مشيت في جوبا and then you talk, they will know ده أو جوزيف. لكن unknown gunmen they don't know. طبعا Paul Malong ما قال the unknown gunmen were created purposely by the government, and he was also one of those architects who participated in the creation. So the east of South Sudan after the election is going to be more worse than now. Shukran.
شكرا brother Joseph Rafino for your submission. أنا قبل ربطت الموضوع النهائي بتاعت الاستثمار في جنوب السودان which is الطريقة بتاعت استثمار اللي هم قاعدين يقولوا هسه هم دارين يلصقوا الموضوع بتاع اللان policy ده فوقه is not even like giving percentage للمواطنين أو للمواطن الجنوبي. يعني حقوق بتاع إنسان كإنسان مواطن جنوبي على أساس إنه بكرة بعد بكرة كان في استثمار في جنوب السودان مثلا في ناس جو بنوا هوتيلات في ناس جو بنوا شركات في ناس جو مثلا بيعملوا mining or anything. The percentage should be given للمواطن الجنوبي على أساس إنه هم الأولوية to be employed for those in those positions to minimize some other issues like hunger عدم ناس ما قادرين يتعالجوا، ناس ما قادرين يدرسوا عيال لأنه ما في شغل. وده أنا ربطته بموضوع إنه what is taking place currently in South Sudan. أنا برفع فيديو بتاعت مايكل كريستوفر and then we'll listen a little bit, then each of us can give their own view في برنامج في كلام بتاعنا هنا دقيقة واحد. Let me just bring
لوريد قاعدة ولا طلعت؟
هي تكون قاعدة.
أنا موجودة.
كده كلموا دقيقة بس.
Yes, people of South Sudan have to wake up from the realization of, women can be compensated for the oil production. يعني مثلا الناس على النيل اللي عندهم عيالهم being deformed, they should be subject to the compensation from the government, and they have to claim it by going to court and address that to the government, especially with the land issues. If Lieutenant General have been deformed and you have suffered from this, you, witness it and like evidence to show that you have been living nearby the oil production places, and the government haven't looked after your health, and you are subject to compensation from the regime. and allocation تاع محلات دي، يعني مثلا منطقة على النيل ومنطقة كان part of it منطقة ولاية وحدة. those are our oil production area. طيب replacement ذاته تاع resettlement of these people from far away from the oil production area should be addressed and challenged. Then we have the issue of tribal بيقولوا عليه شنو demarcation إن عندنا states عندي عنده neighborhood مع other tribes, and that's also bringing conflict. The government can address this issue and didn't sort it out before and never have to touch on it. Even the county's creation is not happening. So how come you're gonna make things right while you are not even compensate, never ever in your experience have compensate the people of the South Sudanese?
Okay, the video is ready guys. The reason اللي أنا جبت الفيديو ده لأنه أنا شايف البليم رجعوا للنسوان اللي قاعدين يعملوا مريسة. يهو سبب في موت بتاع عيال بتاع جنوب السودان. لكن هم نسوا the bigger picture. ليه أولاد ديل من أصلا هم ما شغالين؟ ليه أولاد ديل أصلا هم كان في مستوى مثلا بتاع مستوى الدراسية، ليه هم ما في مدارس؟ ليه مثلا الأولاد ولا شباب ولا شابات ديل مثلا الليلة شنو الخلام يوصلوا في مرحلة إنه هم بقى ينتحروا نفسهم بنفسهم براو. So let me just bring the video up and أنا بشغله لمدة 3-4 دقائق, then I will stop it, then we can go around it, then we'll continue through that way. So عشان يبقى شوية حلو.
جنوب السودان بالداخل وبالخارج. نحن هنا في نمرة 3 لأنه قبل ساعات من الآن فقدنا شاب نتيجة للخمور البلدية. كنا بنقول رسالة للجهات الرسمية إنه في بلدنا الخمور بأشكال وأنواعها هي منتشرة أكثر من انتشار النار في الحشيم. ما بيمشي شهر إلا بنفقد زول من الشباب، ولا حياة لمن تنادي. البلد الوحيدة اللي فيها انتشار كثيف للبارات والاندايات او اوكار الدعاره او اوكار الاجرام هي العاصمه جوبا في جنوب السودان. ونسبه كبيره جدا من ابنائنا هم عطاله، ما في شغل، الحكومه ما عندها رقابه، ما في متابعه، لكأنه ما الحكومه صدقت لانه نحن نموت موت جماعي. في حي مايو وفي نمرة 3 كان في شكاوى مستمرة من رئيسة اللجنة شيخة الحي، كان بترفع شكاويها لأنه الجهات الرسمية نايمين نوم أهل الصمت. والكلام ده أنا قاعد أقوله لحكومة الولاية بتاعت السودان الوسطى وللمكتب بتاع بلدية جوبا، لأنه أسوأ حكومة في تاريخ الحكومات في العالم ممكن تكون حكومة سنتر إكواتوريا الحالية دي، لأنه في زمنها تضاعف الإجرام، تضاعف تورنتو، تضاعف بيوت الدعارة، الآيس وكل المخدرات بتتباع في الشوارع نهارا جهارا، وحكومة الولاية ما عندها سيد، واللي بيموتوا هم أبناء الولاية وجزء منهم أبناء خارج من الولاية. عندنا أكثر من 7000 من أبناء الشرق الاستوائية وهم جو جوبا، ووجودهم الآن في حالة تشرد، تحديدا أبناء التبوسة. مش عشان أنا أكون دقيق في الوصف، أكثر من 6000 من أبناء التبوسة، أكثر من 5000 جاي من بحر غزال أطفال وأولاد كبار، أكثر من 3000 من أبناء أعالي النيل، أكثر من والكلام ده خدته في بالكم كويس، أكثر من 2000 من أولاد غرب بحر غزال وشمال بحر غزال من بحر غزال الكبرى قاعدين الآن بينوموا في الشوارع، بيتعاطوا كمية خرافية من الخمور. أنا حستأذنكم عشان أوريكم، لأنه إحنا جينا الآن كان في شاب قبل ساعات هو مات نتيجة لإفراط في الشراب بتاع خمور البلدية. وفي قبل في نفس الحتة دي ذاتها قبل شهرين أو قبل شهر في شاب لقوه مقتول في الشارع ده جنب ميدان الباسكت بول. في كمية خرافية جدا من الشباب بيكونوا جايين من ولايات مختلفة ومن مناطق مختلفة بيجوا بيستغروا هنا. بقى في تهديد للأمن والسلم الاجتماعي، بقى في تهديد للاستقرار، بقى في تأثير على واقع حال الشباب في الحينة. وعندنا أطفال صغار يتأثروا، لأنه البيئة هي تأثير وتأثر، يعني زول بيتأثر بالبيئة بتاعته. نموذج لكلامي ده الشاب ده نموذج حي، لأنه نحن في ورطة حقيقية. مجموعة من السكرية، مجموعة من المجرمين، مجموعة كبيرة جدا من حسالة المجتمع بيتلموا هنا جنب ميدان الباسكت بول ويقعدوا في الكورنر ذاك وبيتعاطوا كمية خمور، وبنفقد كل يوم شاب. والآن عندنا جثمان قاعد في المسرحة له شهر كامل أو ماشي لشهر ونص، ما عارفين أهل وين. هو جاي من لولوجو، وقبل ساعتين في نفس الصايد ذاك هنمشي بعد شوية نصور لكم مات شاب نتيجة تعاطي الخمور. أنا جيت عشان أسمع من شيخة الحلة عشان نوصل رسالتنا للجهات الرسمية بهدف إنه يتم معالجات واضحة جدا. في الكورنر ده ضروري يكون في شغل بتاع رقابة، لأنه أغلب الشباب اللي قاعدين بجاي ديل بيجيبوا نومهم في الشوارع هنا وما من الحلة، وهم شباب كبار يعني مش ده بساعد في الإجرام وفي المشاكل الكثيرة اللي بتحصل دي. وعندنا أطفال في الأحياء قاعدين يعني بيتأثروا يعني بالشيء الحاصل ده. يعني نحن ما حنمنع، لا حنوقف الدخل بتاع الناس. نعم في واحد من البيوت هنا هو مشهور ببيع الخمور دي للشباب، نحن ما حنقول لها ما تعملي كده، لأنه الخيار بتاع الشراب ده خيار شخصي، لكن في ضرر عام على المواطن باعتبارها وباعتبار ده ظرفي، وباعتبار هي كلها مشاكل مع الرمين اقتصاديه خلت امهاتنا الان يرجعوا لبيع الخمور البلديه. لكن الضرر كبير، الضرر كبير، والصمت مزعج، صمت المسؤولين. ناس بلديه مدينه جوبا وحاكم الولايه كانوا ما هم صدقوا لانه يلغوا اي حاجه خاصه بالشباب. في نفس الحي ده الاصوات تعالت لانه كان في اثنين متنفس، الاستاد بتاع الباسكت بول ده والميدان بتاع كره مركز الشباب، مشهورين في جنوب السودان انه ديل الحتتين ديل الشباب بيجوا فوقها بيلقوا نفسهم فيها في الرياضه وفي الثقافه. هسه في الاستاد ده خارجين صراع وخارجين مشاكل فارغه، وحيتقفل الاستاد. الاستاد دخل الشهر ده حيتقفل لانه في نزاع، الحكومه دخلت غلط في نشاط كره السله وعملت لجنه تسييريه وهميه، حيتقفل النشاط بتاع الاستاد ده، ثاني ما حيكون في حاجه اسمها نشاط اذا الحكومه استمرت بكلام الفارغ ده. ميدان الباسكت بول، ميدان مركز الشباب، باعوا المساحه دي او ادوها استثمار لزو الصومالي والحبشي. استاد جوا مدرسه الملكيه ادوا مساحه برضه لزول استثمار. الحكومه بتعمل لالغاء كل المساحات المخصصه للشباب لممارسه الانشطه الثانيه. هم دايرين الناس يكونوا قاعدين في الاركان زي ديل، ودايرين الناس يكونوا قاعدين كده يتعاطوا الخمور ويموتوا يوميا نفقد ناس. ما في قرارات واضحه وصارنا عشان نقلل من موت الشباب، الموت اللي بيحصل يوميا ده. يعني تعال جاي هنا شيخة الحله دي تعبت كأم، وكان بتوصل صوتها باستمرار، يعني بتقول يا جماعه وقفوا الكلام ده واعملوا كل الممكن وجزء من المستحيل عشان خاطر ابناء جنوب السودان اللي هم لازم نحميهم. وكانوا بترفع صوتها باستمرار. هي حتتكلم كثير، الصوت هنا قاعد بنمشي هناك احسن، ونحن لسه ماشيين نمشي هناك. دي واحده من الظواهر السالبه اللي عندنا. يعني النموذج ده واحد من الناس اللي ما قاعد معانا في الحله هنا. نعم، واحد من الناس اللي ما قاعد معانا في الحله هنا ممكن عادي يموت بعد شويتين نتيجه للافراط في الخمر. قبل شهر كيف تمام بيجي بنوموا هنا. تخيلوا معايا ده محل نوم، كيف ده محل نوم هنا. بيجي
دي شبكة هندي ولا هندو؟
سوري الشبكة يا قاعدة يلعب معي.
بيفرضوا في الشراب في المحل ذاك. انا جاي صور ذاك جاي خليك في المحل اللي قدامنا ذاك. قبل شهر لقوا واحد من الشباب مشنوق في الصايد ده، وسه في المشرحه. اعداد كبيره من الشباب هنا، شايفين الدمار والخراب اللي هم فيه والوضع المأساوي اللي عايشينه ابناء جنوب السودان. والحكومه نايمه ومهل الكهف، وده رقم كبير من الشباب كان يمكن يتم توظيفهم. هنا كان في زول مات يلقوا مشنوق، هنا يلقوا مشنوق في المحل ذاك. دي محل سكنهم من ميدان الباسكت بول. كل مرة يموت زول هنا فطيس. والإدارة بتاعت الباسكت بول المفروض تكون هي حريصة، والسكان الحي رفعوا صوتهم شديد. كيف يا أخويا؟ هنا في واحد كان شنق نفسه، لقوه مقتول هنا في الكورنر ده. وكل مرة نحن بنتكلم
اوكي. سمعتوا لحد هنا، لانه بعد شويه الخاله اللي قالوا هي الشيخة الحله هتجي تتكلم. رايكم شنو في كلام بتاع الفيديو ده؟ انا من ناحيه بتاعي is very clear ان احنا شايفين اللي قاعد يحصل، لانه ما في الضبط والربط في الدوله، ما في قانون، ما في بوليس، ما في مدرسه، ما في شغل، ما في قانون يدي لاي انسان البسيط حقوق بتاعه. الشباب اللي انتوا قاعدين تشوفوهم نايمين في الشوارع ده those are youth. المفروض بكره بعد بكره يكون انسان اللي بيمثل الدوله، انسان اللي بيشيل الدوله دي ويوديه قدام. كان ما بقى هو حيكون اخوه الثاني اللي بيموت جنبه، لكن الليله نحن بقينا نفقد واحد ورا الثاني. معظم، انا ما بقول اولاد دول كله كابين، هو قال من سنترال ايكواتوريا من تبوسا براو 7000 يوث الجا من ايسترن ايكواتوريا، وبيقول برضو من 3000 ده من بحر غزال، جريتا بحر غزال، كان نودن بحر غزال او ويسترن بحر غزال، وخليك من الجاي من ابا نايل، وخليك من سنترال ايكواتوريا itself or كان from western ايكواتوريا itself. ديل كلهم حيكونوا متلمين هناك. العدد ده عدد كبير خيالي، عدد ده اكثر من 15 to 20 الف youth and we're losing them day by day. هو كمان ذكر على اساس انه drugs ايس في شوارع بتجيبه كله. والاخت دي بعدين لما تيجي تتكلم، شيخة الهله دي بعدين لما تيجي تتكلم انتوا بتسمع برضه في دراجز برضه بيشتروا من الزخانه كانجكشن. those youth بيشتروا حقن ده و they injecting themselves plus the alcohol ده هم قاعدين يشربوه plus ما قاعدين ياكلوا كويس. it will lead to that cause اللي هم قاعدين يموتوا زي ما مايكل كروستوفر قال قاعدين يموتوا فطايس. صح؟ لانه الحكومه بتاعنا are not putting our youth first. Youth supposed to be taken care of. لأنه المرحلة بتاعت التينيجر من مرحلة 14 15 لحد نقول 22 24 25، المرحلة ده دائما هو صعب. الجنة لما يوصل 14 15 لما يدخل في مشاكل تاني ما هيتخلى منه بسهولة، ما هيتخلى منه بسهولة. لكن نحن كان مثلا الدولة قدرت تحسم العيال ديل مثلا من عمر 14 15 يطلعوا في الشوارع، المفروض يلموهم يعملوا لهم معهد تغني ولا بقول له شنو المعاهد اللي بيعلموا فوق النجارة، كهرباء، مكنكة، يعلموهم حاجة أعمال يدوية. they can be sent to do cleaning jobs. ياهو شوارع بتجيبوا كله وساخة. حكومة المفروض يلم عيال ديل يخطهم في محل يديهم شغل so they can adapt the good behavior born to raise themselves up in the future. لكن خلوهم زي ده. This is that's the benefit of they have been neglected. They have been not taken good care of. And they have no power. أنا ما بقدر بظلم عيال دي لأنه أنا ما بنعرف في كم منهم الحمى كان عندهم إصرار عشان يكملوا تعليمهم، لكن ظروفهم كان ما سمح. 7000 اللي هو قاعد يقول جا من تبوسرة، ما ده حبة التبوسرة هو قاعدين يحفروا 30 صباب سلفكير وعياله. ليه ما بنوا مدارس لعيالنا؟ ليه ما بنوا لهم معاهد عليا تمريض ولا whatever it is؟ ليه ما ودوا عيال دي يشتغلوا شغل الكونستراكشن؟ يصلحوا شوارع. ما في حاجه بزول بولدو متعلم، حاجه انت بتعلم جناك مما يقوم ما دير قرايه، اديه another option. offer them another option. عشان كده انا بقول انا ما بقدر ببليم عيال ديل، لانه عيال ديل احتمال بتاعت نسبه بتاعت 90 ولا 98% some of them they have mentality of finishing their education، لكن الظروف ما سمح لهم. لانه اسر ذاته بيشتغل يا هم سلفكير 9 شهر ما في سالري، جانا ده يقرا مدرسه كيف يا جماعه؟ زول بيشتغل 9 شهر نو سالري، وانت بقيت عمرك 18 ابوك بيتخلى عنك ويشوف الصغار. ده عندنا عادي في جنوب السودان، عندنا عادي في جنوب السودان. انت اللي بقيت كبير بقول لك خلاص امشي اشتغل بنا، امشي اشتغل شنو، امشي اشتغل شنو، عشان اخر عشان شويه تقدر تساعد الاسره، تشتغل بدا ور وات ايفر عشان تقدر تساعد الاسره، لانه ابوك بقى ما بيقدر له قروش اللي هو بيشتغل 9 8 شهر ما في مهيه حيسجلك فيها مدرسه with no money. اكيد انت هتطلع في الشارع. انت شايف شباب تانيين شاكين جينز لابسين ما شاء الله سايقين عربات حما، وانت ما قادر ولا العجله. هتعمل شنو؟ تدخل تشرب دراكس، تدخل تشرب مريسه وتموت قبل يومك. عشان كده قبل انا قاعد نقول الكلام ده فعلا. مايكل كريستوفر قال نام حكومه الدوله نام نوم الكهف، وده كلام حقيقه، ده كلام حقيقه. وهو هنا بيبلم حكومه بتاع سنترال ايكوتوريا. حكومه بتاع سنترال ايكوتوريا دي ذات يا حكومه بتاع سلفكير. سلفكير هسه يا ماسك ذاته سنترال ايكوتوريا. سنترال ايكوتوريا ذاته ولا عنده جفنه ولا عنده ماyor ولا عنده anything. الناس دول كلهم شغالين عند سلفكير. they doing what سلفكير want them to do. they're not even paying attention to community. they're not even looking into what their community wanted. basic service ساكت ما قادرين يقدموا للشعب، لانه ده ما واحد من اجنده بتاع سلفكير. سلفكير دير ناس يخدموه مش تخدم الشعب. انت لما تجي في برلمان ده ولا تجي تضم نفسك لاس بي في جيوان ده، انت عارف نفسك انت مش تخدم سلفكير، ما مش تخدم اي مواطن ولا مش تخدم كوميونتي بتاعك. ده حاجه معروف واي زول عارفه. ايليا لومورو قال لنا كلام ده several time بانه هم شغالين لسلفكير but not working with سلفكير. الناس دي ما تموت كيف؟ شباب دي ما يموتوا كيف؟ كان في واحد منكم عنده editing please go ahead and add your point. كان لوريت ولا تسامعني؟
سامعينك لوريد.
Okay.
Okay, let me go ahead. Yeah, وكده أنا قاعدة listen that's the tragedy of our country going through. ما في young people are roaming about without jobs. The waste of energy and waste of resources. That's human resources that we can benefit from. أو كمان إحنا من جهزهم يكونوا the future leaders and future people who can hold the economy and the country forward. So Nasdel are wasting all their very precious time, Shabab Del, in this. لأنه they are frustrated. They have no other source to go to, and they are living the glory of, for example, basketballers اللي هم موجودين الجاي من diaspora and shining stars في South Sudan. Watching them, they are succeeding and they are in South Sudan. The fate only, the different thing that they just born in South Sudan. They don't have a luck in their side to make them succeed and go forward. That's the situation that South Sudanese is living. The young people are living. Desperation for seeking a daily food, desperation for seeking to go to school, because all the schools are you have to finance it privately. There is no free education in South Sudan, not so ever from nursery لحد الجامعة. There is none. All of this, you have to pay for it. كان عندك family، أنت orphan ولا أنت عندك family، your family have to have resources, the income that can maintain you to go to the school for this all this time. لو أنت fail ولا شنو، that situation will make your family suffer the most عشان هم they have to pay you. And provisional education ما في زي ما زي دي قالوا هنا ده vocational schools. vocational school ما في، اللي هو بكون انت بتكون تقرا معهد وبعده يكون عندك تخصصات and skill set like plumbing electricians ناس يعني حرفيين ديل اللي بيقولوا عليهم أو هنا ده يشتغلوا كهربجية ولا يشتغلوا التصليح تاع حاجات أو ميكانيك كمان برضو ما في. That's South Sudan, the situation of South Sudan that is keep making the people suffering. If the government made the policies to these young people and you're not utilizing them. Scenario that working people عندهم ده أنا بجيف against Michael Christopher about the problem is not the local wines. The problem is the bars that bringing a very unidentified items that drinks. أنا يوم ده كأيام ده كان نشوف في فار ولا إبرة ولا شنو مرايس ما معروف ذاته even alcohol فوقه percentage جنفار تشربه إنت خلاص انتهيت. جنة بيكون بقى زي مجنون أو شاب بيكون مجنون وراسه ما بيشتغل and he can commit a lot of crimes في سكة يدوق ناس ولا يشاكل مع ناس لأنه this Marisa is very strong controlling even his emotion making him aggressive. So imagine that. And all these drinks and wines اللي دخل في بلد ده ما verified ما checked. أسأل كده يا مايكل كريستوفر، أسأل ناس الجمارك ده بيعملوا في شنو؟ That should be question حاجة يوجه لحكومة بصفة عامة. عشان بعدين تيجي local council and say challenging them. Local council have a responsibility to identify. أنا شفت local council have done his job and clarify these drinks are very dangerous. لكن عشان trade ما في يدين حقهم، trade في يدين جنرالات South Sudan. أي تاجر مرتبط بجنرالات اللي انت ذاتك mention إنه يوم تاني التاجر بتاع هوتيل remove بابور بتاع كهرباء تلاقي الناس الحلة عشان عنده حكومة واقف بوراه. So where is this gonna happen with ما في حكومة على النظام ده، حكومة ما عنده نظام ده. It's questionable إنه واين زي دخل في بلد ده كيف. What about the local drinks? Local drinks that have been in South Sudan for a long time enough to justify it's not a killer. It's not the first killer of Shabab to South Sudan. Otherwise, كان بحدنا ما ربونا they drink this local wine. The most killer is the الواينز المستورد الما معروف أصله كيفين وميد كيف، كان جاي من East Africa أو جاي من European countries. That's the main killers. More expensive as well, and at the same time they are really making يلا حقنا بكون aggressive أو فوق substance that ما صحي لعيالنا. Most of these young people ما بيعيشوا طويل، they die. وزي ده الشنق نفسه ويكون مرة بحالة نفسية خلاه يمشي نما يشنق نفسه براو، وده كله تحت تأثير الدرينك. لو هو كان واعي كان ما ممكن حيقتل، ما ممكن يقتل نفسه. So كلام ده is really around this regime الما شغال مع ناس ولا مواطنين. فموضوع لهم بدو ده issue تاع الشباب have to address in a level إنه حكومة have to see those young people what to do with them. Can be Shilum Rehab. Even the South Sudan, the whole South Sudan main rehab center, by the way. And we have the issue of drinking is very high. We don't have alcohol rehab centers. This, including the families of these young people, are suffering from the situation that the young people are going through. Family hagom, they are not knowing what to do with the how to help them. There is no facility beside in South Sudan. So our tragedy is bigger than this and it's huge. When Michael Christopher touched just the surface and he doesn't even address it in a right proper way. خليه address تجار قاعدين يجيبوا ايس اللي هو قاعد يقول gangster تورنتو اللي عندهم resources the drugs ده وإحنا عارفين إنه even في عيال influential government officials عيالهم بيشربوا drugs ده وبيمشوا رحاب في كينيا ويوغندا عشان يهيل themselves وبيرجعوا back تاني يرجعوا لسكوير 1. They're drinking heavily. معلوم مايكل كريستوفر don't bring them. ما عيال اللي برضه بيشربوا بس the good thing هم قاعدين في بيوت من glass. بيوت قاعدين فوقه من glass. So imagine Michael Christopher, if you touch them, glass حقهم ده كله be shattered and we show the ugly face of alcohol أو drug takers في South Sudan. أنا بختصر هنا وباقي ناس ممكن brother Joseph can chip in.
شكرا. الغريب إنه بتلقى جزء من شباب ديل تلقى أبو حاتم كان نادلوا في وقت بتاع نضال. يعني you will find a big percentage of this youth that their parents were by then SPLA soldiers in the movement. And even some of their parents are still serving with this government. But as I said earlier, جماعة أي حاجة بمشي على حسب البرنامج. كده شوف when the country became independent, what did they do? The first thing Rebecca Nyandeng did was to build a beer factory in Juba. هل ده كان حاجة المطلوب؟ لا، مفروض يكون في مستشفى، مركز صحي، مدارس، شوارع، موية. لكن the first thing is to build a beer company factory in South Sudan. نمرة 2 إذا عايز تدمر a generation to achieve your agenda, this is one of it. Okay, تخليهم ما يدرس زي ما حصل من 2013. ناس قاعدين في IDPs، ناس قاعدين في refugee camp. شوية في refugee camp because UNHCR has schools, those in Uganda or maybe Kenya. UNHCR has schools for the refugee children. لكن IDPs في ملكال ولا في جوبا هل بمشي مدارس؟ And this is when you want to destroy. This is one part of if you want to destroy a generation, because you want your generation, your own generation, to come up. زي ما هم قالوا هنا في master plan بتاعهم، هم قالوا شنو؟ قال with immediate effect send young students abroad on scholarships. وانتوا عارفين حاليا الscholarships في جنوب السودان ده is given to whom? We must ensure that vacancies are reserved for them in key government positions to deter people from other tribes being employed in such positions, such that our sons and daughters get employed. Immediately upon their return, in the likelihood event, should a Nandinka be employed in key position, then he should not be a boss to a gang. Gune Gibel قالوا في خريجين قاعدين يسوق مواطن في جوبا لأنه ما لاقين شغل. This is working towards that agenda. ما تخلي لهم فرصة. لو في طريقة ذاته ترشهم بالبيف باف عشان ينتهي بالسرعة. This is what they want. Now the funny part of it is when Michael was saying about 500 يوم من كابويتا. وده كابويتا ده, this is where Luis Lobong belongs to. Luis Lobong is a Tobosa. في قبائل يعني Tobosa is the biggest tribe. في Didinga, في Boya, في ناس منو ناس Tenet. These people are there. Is he caring about this? No. Because he is the contractor of the JCE, helping the JCE to achieve their agenda. Jain min Greater Bahar Ghazal, Jain min Apana. Of course, do they care? Is there a government that cares about any other person other than themselves? No. For them, حتى كان ماتوا 10-20 في الساعة, that is what they want, because they want to reduce the population of other people. Al-issue with the rehabilitation programs, that will never happen in South Sudan at all. If it is to happen based on pressure from other organizations, I'll contract بديل الزول منهم, but it will not be as it's supposed to be. القروش طبعا بياكلوا ومشروع ما موجود غير موجود. technical schools المفروض يمشي شباب دول يعلموهم سنة بنايين نجارين mechanics, tailors, and so forth. This is not even Firas Bitam. Why do you want to train someone that you don't want even that person to exist in that country? This is not in the program. Because what is in the program is this. Al-Mawjud Firas Bitam is this. The ideology of the JC is to move all the people out. The ideology of JCE is to move the people out. Because they, the JCE, know how to deal with the internationals. The regional countries, there is no way they will stop this. These are corrupt people. For sure. They can bribe Museveni, yes, good. They can bribe Zema Yamdak at the 17 million le Muhammad في بريطانيا عشان يكتب لهم في بريطانيا ولا في أمريكا عشان يكتب لهم بس a report. So they know that the international and even the region are corrupt because they have the money in J1, they can bribe these people. So the ideology is to move people out. If you want to move someone out, هل هيكون عندك برنامج في راسك عشان تعلمه صناعة ولا تطلع من مريض؟ No, you can't. الجفنة بتاع all the governors anyway بتاع Greater Equatoria, maybe Futio, I would give him certain percentage in Futio ده عنده وطنية, عنده حب الوطن, عنده حب المواطن. That's all I'll feel. لكن is about to be corrupted by Riek. طبعا Riek is corrupted. Riek is trying to corrupt him. لكن Futio في ده كله بتعليم البسيط عنده حب الوطن, حب المواطن, and he's doing the job. لكن governor بتاع Central Equatoria, governor بتاع Eastern Equatoria, These are the big contractors bita JCE. Magul be gurus bita dahabal biju min kapoita. لو بون بسمع كان لو ده زول عنده حب الانسان حب الوطن، بسمع انه شباب دي يطلعوا من هناك ويجي يتبهدلوا في جوبا. نو ما ممكن كان يعمل لهم مشاريع هناك. حتى كان فتح بس مزرعه كبير دي الشباب دول يشتغلوا هناك، يوزعون في مصانع بتاع ذهب، حتى كان بديهم حاجه بسيط. لكن لا، هو عارف الكلام ده، هم كله عارفين الكلام ده. ما هيعمل حاجه because they are just being employed there, contracted there by this JCE, you know, to implement, to help them implement their agenda. المريسة زي ما انتم ذكرتوا، المريسة ده there is no, let us say thank God نساوين الحسب بيعمل مريسة ده قدر يلقى كابيتال شوية عشان يقدر يعمل مريسة يطلعوا بها مصاريف لأسرة because there is no option. راجلك شغال ما في مرتب. So what else can you do? This is the only thing. لو عندك زباين this is the only thing اللي ممكن يطلع لك يعني مصاريف بتاع يوم، ممكن حتى لو بتاكل وجبة في اليوم. لما يجوا أي زول سخير كبير بقروش طبعا of course I wanted the money for my family. So it's a tough situation for this young generation who are already being destroyed intentionally by this government. حتى زمان I remember there was a technical school في توريد، شباب ده كان بيرسلوهم هناك، بمشي بيعمل ميكانيكي، نجارة، painters, builders, and so forth. And there was this community development institute كان في عمادي. I remember people used to be women and men used to be sent there for some time. They graduate, then they are sent to the community to do development programs. These things are not there, and they will not be there because they don't want them to be there. Simply to destroy them, to destroy the generation. عشان بكرة يكون هم على ده برنامج بتاعهم. Thank you. I don't. It's Michael. He's doing what he is doing. Sometimes it's correct, sometimes it's not correct, but at least he's exposing. He's become a voice. لأنه حاليا في جوبا ولا في جنوب السودان journalism is restricted. Michael McQuaid with that doesn't allow people to talk freely. Maybe because this guy is, I don't know where he is affiliated to, but at least he's doing something. Thank you. Sister Queen, أنا انتهيت.
شكرا جوزيف رافينو. Let me bring الشيخة الهلة تحكي لنا القصة and then we'll just see what is sensitive there to talk about, and then from there we'll go to the next topic. So let me just bring her.
صوت ما في.
صوت ما في؟
اي
ده الجنيرة ده قبل شهر في جنة
كده
علقوه
كويس؟
قتلوه تحت اساسا وعلقوه له هنا.
كده
ده من
كويس.
العيال المشردين نايمين هنا. وجنة ده حاليا في مشرع لانه قروش بتاع مشرع ما في زول بيدفع. وكل مره هنا بنسال سلطات في السيتي كانسل لاننا شغالين في اداره بتاع السيتي كانسل. العيال اللي بيموتوا في الشارع ده منو مسؤول عنه؟ العيال ده لما يموت منو بيكون مسؤول؟ لان لما العيال ده يكون يعني نايمين في شوارع هنا بنقدم الشكوى بتاعهم ما في زول بيحل المشكله، لما يموت برضه ما في زول مسؤول. هنا كنا دايرين نعرفوا بالضبط مين مسؤول للعيال، مين مسؤول للشعب ذاته. السيتيزن تابع لمنو؟ تابع لوزاره الصحه، لما يكون زي ده تابع لوزاره الصحه ولا تابع لسيتي كانسل؟ ده كل سؤالات هنا كنا بنسال. يا اخو قدامنا بعد شويه ذاتك حتشوف المناظر، هم طبعا كان كثير شاف الكاميرا هم جرى. كان في واحدين هسه ده كان نايم وذاك يا ام كنقش تحت هناك. يعني مناظر عجيب. والمحل ده لو شفت هنا في جنة قتلوه هنا، الحته دي كلهم نايمين فوقه. كيف زول بقتلوه هنا ويكون نايمين هنا؟ والعيال ده اصله بيجي من لولوجو، بيجي من جوديلي، بيجي من جنب الشركات، من جبل الليمون، من ليمون غابه، من جبل دينكا، كلهم جايين ينوموا هنا. والسبب هنا عارفين ان العيال ده نايمين هنا هم بيركبوا جرائم كبار، بيعمل جرائم هنا كبار، بيجي بيدوس نفسهم هنا. لان هنا هم ما عارفين، ما في زول بيتكلم معاهم، لانه الشكوات علينا بنادي ما في زول بيدوس.
الليله ما زول، امبارح ما زول برضه.
امبارح ما الليله دي هاي امبارح ما قريب صباح عندنا زول فريش قتلوه يا هو قدام بيت، في قدام واحد من البيوت بتاع الحله هنا. مات قتل عديل كده الدم في اي محل. وده جزء من العيال حسب قبل لما سالنا قالوا اساسا ده الجروب القاعد في حي ملكان. اجابوا هنا شنو؟ سالت زول الجنبه قال لنا جينا شربنا مريسا، وطلع مريسا ما في حي ملكان، ما شربوا مريسا في حي ملكان، اجابوا في نمره 3 شنو؟ فدي كل مشاكل القاعده القانا في الحله.
رسالتك شنو للحكومه؟
انا بقول لحكومه، حكومه مفروض هم طبعا حتى شيخ الحله اول حاجه زي عين بتاعهم، زي عدانه بتاعهم، زي حكومه قال مصاغره تحت هنا. وهنا قاعدين نشوف حاجات كثير جدا، بنشوف حاجات غريب، وهنا اللي نتكلم عنه ما في زول باسل. احنا يوم ده سالنا قلنا لو ما في حله بدون كبسوله بتاع بوليس، مفروض اي حله بيكون فيه كبسوله بتاع شرطه. هنا قبل كده عملنا شرطه كبسوله بتاع الشرطه في حله ده اشتغل 4 سنين نظيف. انا لما نوميت وافى انا مشيت خرطوم جيت لقيت القسم بتاع الشرطه عملناه الكبسوله اتغير السكتر، والسكتر لما جابوا بقى قاعد يعمل حاجات غريب في حله، ما قدر يتفق مع شكل حله. هم شغالين شغل بتاعهم، هم ما عارفين ان كونا محل ده بتعب انه يكون قسم بتاع الشرطه عشان حلينا المشكله دي وحلينا المشكله دي. لما هم فاتوا خلى المشكله في راسنا ثاني، ان ثاني رجعنا ورا. انا رساله بتاعي انا بقول للحكومه مين مسؤول للعيال ده؟ اي جينا طالع من بيت امه وبيت ابوه الافرض مسؤوليه بتاعه كامل يكون لحكومه. حكومه يفتح سجن يدخل العيال ده، يفتح محل تدريب يدخل العيال ده فوقه. الحله ده مليان مخدرات. هسه حاليا هنا بنقول مريسا، لكن الموت بتاع العيال ده هسه في سدليان
ايس وكده
ايس بسدين في injection very serious injection وعندنا اثبات كافي. we have a good evidence. الانجكشن ده العيال ده بيشتري بتدين انجكشن واحد ب 4000 في سدليه، وما بيصل من الورقه. الزول واحد ده بيحقن اكثر من 15 20 حقنه في يوم واحد، هو بيشتري حقنه ده في سدليات وبيجي بيقعد له هنا في دار استاد هنا. لما يحقن الحقنه يموت هنا زول بتاع السدليه ذاته بيكون ما في. هنا نجري في الجسم افتح بلاك وجري. والجنة اللي خطوا له هنا ده ليه حاسه في مشرع؟ لانه ما في زول بيدفع قروش المشرع.
نعم.
هسه حاليا هنا جينا ثاني، هنا هنكون باشويه شوفا هاي عنده مشكله مع البوليس ذاته، لانه ما في اسم شنو؟ الوكيل نيابه زي متحرك بيشتغل متى في حله. انت كل مره تجيب زول مات في حله انا ب 59 بعد شويه بيفادل في راس منو؟ متحرك واسم شنو؟
نعم.
المتحرك بالذات.
نعم.
الكيس بيكون فاتل في راسه وراسه شكل حله.
نعم. نحن ناخذ جوله ثانيه.
نعم.
نمشي نقيف على الكلام ده، لان اللي بيموتوا دول اولاد جنوب السودان، لان اللي بيموتوا دول ابنائنا. دائما الاخطاء بس هنا قبل شهر لقوا جناء هنا مشنوق هنا، وهسه الكيس قاعد في الكيس قاعد في ال في ال في القسم.
المحلات بتاع النوم بتاعهم
ده محل النوم.
وشوف المسافه ده والمسافه كتير، ما ممكن انت نايم هنا والزول قاعدين يقتلوه هنا.
نعم.
انت نايم هنا ليش؟ زول نايم في الحته دي الديستنس بتاع المحل، حتى بتاع الشجره دي في ناس نايمين منه.
نعم.
وانا الثاني برجع ذاته لسيتي كانسل، هم لو قالوا الجنريتات ما يكون برا، جنريتر ما يكون برا، لكن ما ممكن انت تطلع قرار وانت ما بتنفذ.
نعم.
لازم يكون في تنفيذ، مش انت تلموا قروش بتاع غرامه وانت ما تحلوا مشكله الغرامه.
نعم.
ده المشكله بتاعنا مع سيتي كانسل.
نعم. ناخذ جوله ثانيه ونحن لسه مستمرين يا جماعه. انا قاعد اقول
اوكي. الموضوع هنا هسي ظاهر. الشيخة بتقول على اساس انه ال hold on a minute, I'm trying to. الشيخة بتقول على اساس انه الموضوع انه ما مريسة براو، في ايس وفي بتادين انجكشن. اولاد دي بيشتروا من الزخانه، قال حقن انجكشن واحد ب4000. انا حاسس ايال قاعدين يلقوا قروش وين؟ يعني هم شغالين دراكس بيشربوا وبيبيعوا احتمالات، لانه الليله كان انت ساي عندك ما عندك قروش واحد ب4000 انت قاعد تحقن اكثر من 4 ولا 5. I don't know it doesn't add up on my brain here, but let me just according to her statement. اذا كانت بتحقن 4 أو 5 مثلا، example 5 في اليوم، اضرب 5 في 4000 بكم؟ وانت ما قادر تاكل، قاعد تلقى قروش وين؟ بمعنى عيال ديل شغالين drug dealers. I have no clue, but again it's totally government's responsibility. Turning black eye on those youth is another issue, because ده ما بيزيد إلا من level بتاع corruption, level بتاع armed robberies, level بتاع unknown gunmen. وده حاجات اللي بيحصل، وده حاجات اللي نحن كان اتكلمنا فوق شهر الفات بتاعت sustainable development goals. واحد من goals اللي قاعد involve فوق employment. Government should give everyone to be employed according to their level of education. حتى كان انت بقيت ما متعلم في شغل اللي انت بتقدر تشتغله، you supposed to get employed and get salary for it as an employee بتاعك. لازم يدفعك مهية عشان انت ما تقع في حاجات زي ده. لكن failing to do so إجرام قد يكتر، إجرام بيكتر. وشباب ديل يهو بيخشوا، لأنه شباب كان يتمرد يا جماعة، هو يتمرد وذاته ممكن يقتل فاميلي. ده حاجة معروف. عشان كده أنا ما بشيل blame ده بعيد. I will just take this blame back to government by not attending to those people, by not doing the right thing, by not keeping the areas secure. Even ناس العاس عيال محل العيال اللي قاعدين ينوموا فوقه في شوارع هناك في طرف بيت بتاع الناس ده، ما الناس ده بيكون خايفين بالليل كله، because you never know someone will jump through the fence and come attack people in the house. The insecurity and all this stuff is just I don't know. You guys can take it from there. You ready, Joseph?
ما المشكلة انت زي ما انت سمعت انه شباب عيال ديل يعني some of them they escape from their areas to the city because they have committed crimes. They were coming to hide. So if they are criminals, of course تلقاهم بالنهار بيعمل crimes بتاعهم ده يعني, and then that's where they accumulate money and they were able to afford these drugs زي pethidine و ice. طيب الموضوع when this woman was talking about كيف زول بيموت هنا وفي ناس نايمين جنبه، طبعا مع الزول ده خلاص مخدر، ما بكون جايب خبر ذاته لأنه he's deeply asleep. حتى كان في شنو ذاته هسه شوف النايم داك ده مش هم قاعدين يتكلم جنبه هنا he doesn't even
ما جاب خبر.
move، ما جايب خبر. So such situation حتى كان زول قاعدين يقتلوا جنبه ما بكون جايب خبر because he's already drugged. It is a situation that needs but then شوف the other thing is we talk of these international organizations which some of them are available in South Sudan and particularly in Juba. Are they doing anything to say to the government, hey, whether it is the central government or it is the state government, hey, you guys, there's a problem here. We need to sit down and talk about how to help. Are they talking about this? No. Lano, these people, Zato, these international charities or organizations, I think the history is that some of them are even corrupt. They like situations to continue so that they sustain their employment, but they don't solve the problem. They don't. So it's زي الدولة ده زي البيت. You in your family, if you are not responsible to make sure that any slight problem has to have a solution and not to repeat itself again, and you have to put a strategy, then problems will continue to happen and repeat themselves because you are not responsible and you don't have a strategy and you don't have solutions for problems. And it's the same this government. Not that they don't, they know what should be done, but it is not in their vocabulary. It is not in their heads that this needs to be done. They know what should be done because these are people who have traveled to other countries, who have lived in the other countries, who went to education, who know about organizations, what the role of organization in different areas. They know. But it is not in their vocabulary. It is not in their diary. It is not in their flow chart. It is not there. Absolutely missing. And they will not talk about it. So this then will take everything back to the families. The families are helpless because they are being made helpless to help their children. And then this has been left to the children who are even become more vulnerable and subjected to this. And this is already affected their lives by reducing their life and destroying their life. And that's it. See? Pity.
Very pity. Sister Rita, Lorit, are you there, Lorit? سيستر لوريد الظاهر شوية هو بيكون بعيد من تليفون ولا احتمال كمان شبكة. I don't know. So ده exactly الكلام اللي أنا أنت قلته ده جوزيف، ده حاجة اللي قاعد يحصل في أرض الواقع. يعني Our people have been neglected, and especially youth يهو ده بذرة المفروض الحكومة تفتح فوقه عين، عشان ده هو جيل بتاع مستقبل. ده هو الناس اللي بكره بيمسكوا البلد ده يودوه قدام. ده هو الناس اللي بيجيب ديفلوبمنت في البلد. يعني الليله كان حتى عيال ديل بقى طلعوا مجرمين، مشى مثلا committing crime في different area, then they coming to hide in another area. لو كان حتى في بوليس البوليس النسيه بتاعت ستيت، المفروض ده كان شغل بتاعهم. يلقطوا عيال ده to minimize the crime happening في city في جنوب السودان، في جوبا هناك. To minimize this crime not to happen by creating jobs. ما مساجين تمام، ما بالذات شباب زي انت ما بتكفيلهم بس في سجن تخطهم، انت لازم تستخدمهم. الدم في محلات يشتغل، كان دايرين يودوم في مايننج، ولا دايرين يودوم يعملوا ميكانيك، دايرين يعملوا نجارة، دايرين يطلعوهم كهربائية، دايرين يودوم في كونستراكشن، يمشي يبني شوارع. ده المويه قاعد يشيلوا كل يوم بالتشاينيز ده. ان شاء الله يمشي يعملوا الردميات، اتليست عربات بيقدر بيعدي من ستيت لستيت. التراب بتاعنا بتاع جنوب السودان ده احمر، فوقه حجار، فوقه خرسانه. كان عملوا الردميات بطريقه الناسيه، الردميه ده بقعد سنين. ده بس دير الناس اللي عنده wisdom، they know what they're doing, they know how to do things. لكن حكومه نايم، اخر نوم نمن بشخر، ما جايب خبر دولة فوق شنو، ما جايب خبر دولة. عيال قاعدين يموتوا نهار وبليل. they don't care، لأنه عيالهم كلهم في كونغو، في يوغندا، في تنزانيا، في رواندا، في مصر. عيالهم كلهم برا قاعدين يقروا. ده عيال مساكين قاعدين يموتوا. and yet tomorrow you guys are going to vote for this criminal. You
Yeah,
guys are
good.
voting.
Yeah, good. Table Al-Kadabda, when he was talking in the UN General Assembly about sustainability development and then enroll عيال في المدارس. Now لما تشوف الحاجات زي ده, is that not a big lie in front of dignitaries, international dignitaries?
انت ما شفت الفيديو بتاع تاج الخزيني؟ تاج الخزيني عمل فيديو امبارح لسلفكير. مش تعرف تاج الخزيني اللي في كندا ده؟
أنا ما شفته.
أنا شفته briefly، لكن أنا ما listen to his content.
كده ادينا رايك اول حاجه في كلام اللي احنا قلناه ده. كده انا بحاول بجيب لكم briefly، وفيديو ده ما طويل. It's not that long. نريد وين كلامك، انا بجيب فيديو ده سنه تيجي تسمعه.
Yeah, it's totally agree. And situation اللي عندنا فوقه ده is really is just piling to this kind of حاجات اللي بيحصل. And you're absolutely right, brother Joseph, about إنه عيال situation حقهم even الناس جاي من توبوسا. And statistic ده ذاته in wrong place. إنه هم يا majority موجودين في around central Equatoria. أنا وقت قاعدة أسمع له أنا بس عارف إنه أساسا الماجوريتي الناس العيال الجايين without accompany parents يا من ناس من بحر غزال، بس من بحر نوس بحر غزال، وجو بكميات بنسوان and kids without their families. They are in Juba. What they are seeking, they are looking for job opportunities, for money. محل قروش، لأنه في villages حقهم في state حقهم ما في قروش. And they rely based on their animals. So sometimes if you are poorer, you cannot rely on these animals. You know, it's not yours. So most of the people coming to central government there, and to beg, they are coming to offices that are officials there, they are begging. They are not even working inside the Juba. And if they're grown up enough, ممكن يشتغل security أو يشغلوه في حكومة بدون qualification. ما ده احنا اللي قاعدين نسافر منهم. Those are the elements اللي جايبينهم يعملوهم كوادر and they use them في national security بشغالين زي security وسط الcommunity. ده المسببين مشاكل ذاته لناس في حلات. So and Toronto gangs they are give kind the kelamanum. They are mentioning them because in the mindom weight and things. Can I yell why the yom in diaspora or in German way? They are مشكلين crime section. إنهم بيرتكبوا جرائم في مواطنين الحكومة ما قادر set them aside and do something about it. حتى الناس تبوس عليهم محل بتاع gold mining ما لا أولادهم ما يشتغلوا يمشوا يطلعوا gold. They are not doing that. They are not giving that opportunity. While الحكومة طرد الشباب عشان يجوا في السيتي while بيuse عيال الصغار في تبوسة area to explore يطلعوا gold ويعملوا لهم cheap labor. ده cheap labor. ده سياسة الgovernment اللي بيستخدم cheap labor. Is that government working for you as a مواطن؟ لا. لأنه
ما
مفروض
عيال الصغار بس نسوان كمان they using
yeah
women and young children. يلا
uh-huh.
طردوا الشباب برا لأنه الشباب is dangerous. They will understand their rights, then they will start fighting. They will
yeah
start to rebel against
when
the
when a
national
small
authority.
nation ناس زي ما عملوا لهم أي compensation المفروض salary حقهم يكون in full.
Mhm.
Where is this salaries goes to؟ لبيتا سيلفا كير اللي هو have nothing في education في راسه عشان to gain the income اللي بياخده من الذهب. She have done nothing. She haven't built the schools للناس the local people اللي هناك. What's her role؟ عشان تقدر تاخد salary huge lump sum of salary
هي
while
بتاخد
مواطنين
30%. هي برا برقبتها
yeah
30% from 30% يا لوريد.
yeah والlocal community هناك بياخدوا 5% للجولد ده كله the whole state وهي واحدة برا بتصرف 30% of this gold resources.
5% ده ذاته وينه هسه أنا ما شايفه
ده the
مش
whole
أنا.
state. ده the
ما
whole
نعرف
state بيدوه مش
حتى كان
5%
لهول ستيت يا
2%
لوريد.
كمان.
حتى كان لهول ستيت ما يهون ناس تبوسة الشهر اللي قبل الفات ده مش جو كتير في جوبا قال في جو.
And they don't give even بيسألوا بالعكس they are begging the international community to send food to those people who are starving. And Salva Kiir مشى officially ونس في UN speech ده كله كلام about begging for food لأنه ناس هم subjected to hunger, drought, national disaster and he want them to come and help. There is the type of رئيس اللي قاعد يبيل nation. He's a
تجي تسمع
beggar.
تاج الخزاني بيجي بقول حاجات ديل بعد شوية. أنا جبت العناية بتاعي
All right, that should be the truth. أي زول ما ممكن يسمع حاجات زي ده. And we see a rich country like that وحكومة is not able to do even feeding them. And ده كلام الجبال إن كان لسه قلت كان you mentioned is food security. We don't have food security. We are very vulnerable لدرجة إنه حصاد حقنا الخضار الموجود في سوق جوبا ده is موسمي seasonal. That's not a national security. That's a seasonal farming. subjected to factors اللي من ضمنهم إنه climate كويس rain كويس زمن بتاع الزرع ده كويس زائد فاكتور النمرة 4 اللي بقى جديد اللي هو حيوانات بقرات لو ما جاء around ما خلص الخضار ده أكله. ونمرة 5 insecurity ناس ما قاعدين secure displacement أهل بعد مرات بيكون subjected إنه الناس الكبار يا بس قاعدين بيزرعوا لكن شباب كله جو في مدينة لأنه خايفين من توتشة رجيم الناشونال سكيورتي اللي بيطارد في الشباب ديل في فيليجز اللي هم قاعدين فيهم. وأنا بوري إكزامبل ده إنه في بلينيان ومحلات زي ميجري ده شباب ما قاعدين فوقه من شدة إنه محل ده very hostile against them وجيش بي targeting them. أقل مشكلة لو ذات إنت لو عينت لعسكري بيجي بأتاك يو and بعدك بيعمل مشكلة معك.
أوكي أنا قبل ما أمشي لتاج الخزاني let me bring this short video. It's only I think a minute or less than a minute about the gig. لأنه الكلام ده هسه led us to the very last topic about food security, water security, plus those two. If anything goes wrong, it will affect health of any human being. So our health, our South Sudanese health condition at the moment is not doing good in South Sudan. We have so many people for unknown reason. They have lung cancer, they have liver cancer, they have hepatitis A and B, they have so many illness. الزول ما بتلقاه قد يشرب alcohol ولا قد يشرب drugs ولا قد يشرب سيجارة, but they have been diagnosed with those illnesses. Meanwhile, security في food security في جنوب السودان ما في. People are eating حاجات المفروض ما يتأكل. لأنه South Sudan is أنا كذا مرات قاعد نقول هو like وكالة من غير بواب. أكل بخش انت ما بتعرف اكل ده صنعوه كيف عملوه كيف البرودكت اللي دخل فوق ذاته شنو. you really don't know. بس بيجيبوه بيشحنوه بيدخلوه ببورة بتاع يوغندا هنا لجنوب السودان, والمساكين اللي ما عندهم لا حول ولا قوة لهم بياكلوا. they consume everything that came in, وياهو ناس بتمرض. on the top of that ما في مستشفى ذاته يعالجك. بمعنى حكومة is willing to kill anyone. حكومة is willing to kill أي زول جنوبي في جنوب السودان ده, لأنه أسرهم وين؟ ناس ده ما أسرهم يهو في الدياسبرا عايشين مرتاحين برا. ناس اللي ما قادرين يطلعوا شبر من جنوب السودان are the one who is eating rubbish and tomorrow will die. اسمعوا الفيديو ده.
قالي أنا إحنا مباري جايبين قالي يا إخواني. يتخيلوا أنا لاقي شنو في. شوف أنا لاقي شنو في ungali. ده إسفون, عبارة عن إسفون عشان لو زول تاني قال لي ممكن أنا نقول قال كذب, لكن يا إخواننا شفتوا يعني نحسنا على شنو. ليه يا إخواننا ليه بنهيب حاجة اللي بيضرنا أصلا. ده حاجة ما كويس, ده حاجة يا جماعة ما كويس. شفتوا عبارة عن إسفون. يعني إحنا قاعد ناكل إسفون يا إخوانا, بناكل إسفون حاجة ما.
ده الفيديو اللي أنا قلت لكم. نسمع رأيكم فوق شنو. لوريتي تفهميت ولا جوزيف, whoever wanted to come in.
Yeah, I actually was trying to find a document. You remember I opened a room, I can't remember which month, about imported food from Uganda that has got chemicals in it which causes cancer. And some of these foods are expired. I think I have the document, but I've got it in my file here. I've got a lot of this.
I think they were way back 4 months ago or something.
Yes, some of these foods are actually expired. Mostly these were grains imported from Uganda. So this is what is happening. This food. Let me just put it in a perspective with food security and health. As you said, you're right. These two things are interconnected. Because you eat a healthy food, and then you are healthy. If you eat a toxic food, you become unhealthy because of the toxins that you eat in the food.
لوريد انت قاعده تتكلمي؟
لوريد قاعده
لا I'm talking to my son بجاي. I'm listening كمان at the same time.
Okay. Go ahead, Joseph.
A country such as South Sudan, which is evergreen with natural rainfalls, longer rains than dry seasons, it's not supposed to be a country where the citizens have lack of food because the citizens are hardworking people. If they are allowed to, they will produce their own food and they will have some surplus even to sell to others who have less and even export some. But it's being made impossible. And they now rely on these imported foods. Kenya, there was another document also that came out after that document that when Kenya also got the information that those grains were contained some toxins, Kenya stopped exporting grains from Uganda. But South Sudan could not because ما عندهم هيجيبوا من وين؟ زي أغنية بتاع إيمان الكمبي ولا دمونو even البامية ده بيجيبوها من هنا حاجات يس حاجات الما مفروض ذاته يستعرضوا يجيبوه من هناك بامية بصل ملوكية حاجات كتير يعني. And then زي المرة ده you don't know what they put there, the amount of but in my indum this regulatory organization that regulates items حتى لو في with the bribe with the situation ممكن زول يدخل اي حاجه. يتذكر كان في مايكل كريستوفر عمل فيديو في واحد بسنا عصير في البيت.
اللي بجيب بوكسز بتاع عصير من مصر.
بالظبط. العصير ده
عصير ولبن كانه.
بالظبط. العصير ده تحته there will be some precipitates والprecipitate ده قاعد طبعا بيكون قاعد تحت الباقة and you don't know what they are.
Some of them are bacteria born and fungi خلاص بدأ عمل pores.
Exactly. Exactly. And this was in Ethiopian making these drinks for bed bitao. When it was discovered, Jaini Yagbudu, he has to call a general that came and threatened Nas. فدي الحالة الجنوب السودان فيها. شفت كيف؟ So we don't know how long before we will see a lot of cases بتاع cancer, people dying. طبعا when cancer لما يحصل a lot of cases بتاع cancer لما يحصل بعدين في جنوب السودان with lack of treatment, a lot of people will die. طبعا بالنسبة للناس ديل البرجازين ديل أكلات بتاعهم بيجيبوا أكلات مستورد. They don't care. وإيال بتاعهم ما عايشين معهم بياكل أكلات برضه.
أكل حقهم ما كان قاعدين يجيبوه من خرطوم.
Yep, they don't care.
زي ناس الفكير وحاجات ديل حاجات حقهم قاعدين يجيبوه من خرطوم. وأي حاجة بيجيبوه من خرطوم is very good product.
Yep. وإنت الغلبان والفقير you are the one who is affected. لأنه لما تمرض ما في مستشفى، ما عندك قروش عشان تشتري بها أدوية، ما عندك قروش عشان تمشي تشوف أخصائي. الأخصائي ما كله طبعا أخصائيين، الأخصائي في أخصائيين مقسم، ما عندك قروش زي ده. أنا مرة في زول سألته عشان يعمل اندوسكوبي بس الأنبوبة اللي بيدخلوه في كشف، قال بي $250 في مستشفى جوبا. ده مستشفى حكومي وتعليمي. $250
يعني كان ما عندك موت ساعة بس ريح نفسك
تموت ساكت. وده زول ده قبل المرتب ده بتاع الجيش ده رفعوا لي. حسب المرتب بتاع الجيش ده ما is equivalent to maybe $40 ولا $40 ولا $30 a month.
$39 $37.34.
So دي الحالة يعني it's a pity.
Okay, Sister Lurid. Open your mic.
Yes, yeah. الكلام ده طبعا بالنسبة لفود safety and food hygiene مفروض حاجة ده في هيئة المواصفات في السودان كان بيسموه هيئة المواصفات ده. أي بضاعة أكل يخش في بلد بيعملوا له checking،
check up.
بيشوفوا زمن بتاع expiration، manufacturer، اسم المصنع اللي بيصنعه، والكواليتي بتاعت الفود ده. في كواليتي الفود ذاته عنده درجات، في درجة أولى والثانية والثالثة. إنت حتى إيفن الدرجة الثالثة لازم يكونوا بيعملوا له تفتيش. في واحد صاحبنا كده وقريب، يعني أنا I talk to him، وقال له كان شغال في هيئة المواصفات ده، لكن انت تقول حاجة تعمل recommendation تكتبه، بضاعة ده بيلف وبيجي وبخش الحلة، وكأنه كلامك ده ذاته ما أخدوا به اعتبار، لأنه التوب اوفيشالز ده ذاته they know nothing. والعلاقات اللي هم قاعدين يبنوا مع تجار علاقة ذاته مشبوه،
ما
تجار اللي
اصلا
بيجيبوا
هم
بضاعة.
ذات يهود تجار، لكن بيعملوا هايرنج
عندهم علاقات مع التجار ديل.
للسودان.
they doing those kind of things عشان manipulate things. يعني الفوت اللي بيكون فوقه نمن سبونج، يعني معناته ما نظفه كويس، ومعناته وساخة بيكون فوقه كان exposed for some time، وبيكون ذاته بضاعة أساسا ما محتاجين له خالص، يا بيقشوا sometimes even فلور بتاع طاحونة ما بيقشوا، maybe they using it فلور بتاع ده they using it. so الوساخة ده بوري إنه الكواليتي بتاعت الأكل ده ما كويس، ده واحد. ونمرة 2، التصنيع ده ذاته المصنع اللي قاعد يعمل حاجات زي دي ما ممكن تكون في شوائب زي سبونج زي ده يكون في فود ده حقك، لو في معناته عندك ايشوز انك انت التصنيع حقك ده ذاته ما نصيح وما قاعد تعمله بطريقة صح. ثالثا في تسويس ذاته، أكل كله مسوس معناته expired وبيجي في ساوث السودان. احنا a long way to go. لو products احنا بنشتريه بقروشنا ما بيجي بكواليتي احنا عاوزينه. So why we paying for it the money that is supposed to be? South Sudan is a landlocked area. حاجات البضاعة اللي بيجيو ده لو كان إحنا عندنا تعامل تجاري، وده مشكلة في ساوث السودان، ما عندنا تعاملات تجارية بأجريمنت international agreement، لأنه international agreement will protect the quality of the product اللي بيوصلك. يعني حسب زي European countries بضاعة اللي بيدخل لهم ده كله عنده فيه laws اللي بيحميه عشان أكل لما يجي ما بيجي بيكون bad quality. لو جا bad quality بيرجعوه من المطار، لأنه في ناس متخصصين عندهم skills they do those things، بيرجعوه من المطار. even اللعبة توي ساكت لو ما بيميت الستاندرز اللي بيخطوه في مستوى معين، لو ما بيميتت واحد من حاجات ديل طوالي بيرجعوا بضاعة. اتخيل ده. وساوث سودان is في African countries. African countries is open border for تجارة illegal دايما، where بضاعات بيخش بحدود زي في السودان. إنه زمان من experience إنه بضاعات بيطلع من السودان عن طريق درب 40. درب 40 ده خلقوه كيف؟ ده ما زمن الناس بيشيلوا مواشي حقهم لمصر وبيبيعوه برا هناك، بيعملوا تجارة. ده ما subjected even للتاكسيشن، لأنه
ده
الناس
زي عملية
تهريب.
تحريب.
آي so that's the kind of things that موجود في ساوث السودان، في تهريب بكميات كبيرة، والناس ذات موجودين في جمارك ما عندهم سكيل، ما مؤهلين hardly. أنا نسمع hardly إنه بيقدر يفيل فورم ليك، يعني يملى الفورم عشان يديك له، أو يملى جزء مخصوص له هو أصلا أوفيشال عشان يمضاه عشان يمرر البضاعة حقك. وغير هم مليانين كمان في corruption في بوردر ده، وير انت بتيجي كتاجر لازم تدي قروش عشان حاجاتك يمرروا. وكم الناس وقفوهم ببضاعة حقهم ما بذاته تجارة عشان دايرين يشيلوا منهم قروش كوميشن. So this is the kind of things اللي قاعد يجيف بطريق ده. وتجارات اللي بيجي حاجات بضاعة الأكل اللي بيجي ده المفروض يكون the key the most important thing، لأنه ده الناس بياكلوه وبخش في your from your food chain. So supposed to be monitored properly. وإحنا كانتري أساسا متعودين ناكل أورجانيك، يعني أكيدنا ما فوقه manufactured، ما فوقه pesticides، ما فوق fertilizers use. لكن دول تكا يوغندا ودي heavily using fertilizers في الزراعة حقهم. وحاجات ده كله بيجي بسهولة بدون investigation، بدون تحليلات، بدون معامل ذاته ما متواجد. إن في South Sudan ما عندنا معامل professionally working properly. معامل المستشفى ما شغال كويس، ومعامل بتاع غذائيات المفروض يشتغل ما عنده معامل ذاته غذائيات. So what we are living in بس الديلاما بتاع حكومة under the mercy of زي ما بقول illegitimate and uneducated and unorganized or regime who do things for the people بس بطريقة اللي هم ما قاعدين يتحملوا consequences of the things that they have done to the people. وتجار ذاته تا دقيق ده يا سيستر جوني بيجوا في شوارع الجوبة، بيكونوا قاعدين في شوارع بالبضاعة حقهم ده، ما عندهم محلات تخزين، ما عندهم محل بتاع يلمهم، وبمسا بالليل خالص هم بيلملموا قروش دولارات as soon as possible عشان يرجعوا باك، أو تاني يوم بينوموا في الشوارع ده عشان يرجعوا باك. لا بيأجروا بيت، يعني احنا بنستفيد منهم. هم بيجيبوا بضاعة حقهم بيبيعوا وبيرجعوا ببضاعة حقهم دي ببروفيت ده without benefiting the people. يعني إيجار بيت ولا بأجروا هوتيل ولا بأجروا روم. وحتى المويه حقنا ده بيشتروه hardly بيشتروه عشان حبة بس عشان هم يقدروا يستمروا the whole day يبيعوا بضاعة حقهم ده. They don't spend in South Sudan خالص.
Joseph, can you read this on the top there? Continue to read.
Yeah. They don't spend money at all in South Sudan. So that's the kind of thing that people are seeing it every day and they are suffering from it every day. So problem with our food security there is big issue. When as South Sudanese, we need to know.
Okay, shukran, Sister Rita, for this submission. Yes, South Sudan has been struggling since the independence until today's date. يعني نقول بداية بتاعت لما عملنا انفصال كان في شوية كده الناس بتزرع، وفي شوية حاجات بيطلع، الناس بامية خضرة حاجات ده بيطلع كان شوية كويس. But after 2013 2014 and onwards ما في حاجة لصالح بتاع المواطن. إيمانويل كان بيغنى غنى ده كويس زي قبل براد جوزيف ذكره، حتى درجة شطة لتا كان زراته ما بيموت، بيبقى بيلصق في محل زي عوير. شطة كان زراته ما قد يموت، كان عطشان كان ما عطشان ما بيموت بسهولة. شطة صاحي بيجيبوه من يوغندا. عندنا النيل ده يهودي جاري، أسماك ده مليان جوا النيل ده، سمك لسه بيجيبوه من يوغندا. بصل ده في تشوكدوم، قالوا بصل لتا كان زراته بصل في تشوكدوم، واحد بصل بتاكله 3 يوم، بصل لسه بيجيب من يوغندا. زيت حسن يومين ده قالوا في زيت عامل زي زيت مكنه، لما تكبي في ملاح بيقعد اسود، بيقعد كده في راس ملاح فوق، مويه قاعد براو، زيت قاعد براو، صلصه قاعد براو، خضار قاعد براو، ما معروف عامل زي زيت مكنه. وقالوا ده ارخص زيت في جوبا. زيت ده برضه بيجي من يوغندا، عملوه من شنو؟ انت ما بتعرف. Is it healthy؟ ما healthy؟ Nobody knows. So all this stuff is a health security للمواطنين بتاع جنوب السودان. عندها يهو قد يدي على اساس انت بتلقى ناس عنده امراض بتاع كدني، عنده امراض بتاع قلب. كدني ده غالبا بيجي انت كان ما قد تشرب مويه نظيف. Yes, you will be subjected. تمسكك بالهرسي، يمسكك كدني، يمسكك بعد شويه يجي كدني فيليا، بعد شويه دار لك كلا ترانسبلانت كان ما في، دار لك مثلا dialysis every couple of days for you just to continue to live لحد ما يوم ربنا بيكتبوا لك. لكن حاجات دي كله ما في، لانه الناس بتشرب مويه البحر اللي بيجيبوه وسخان من بحر دايركت في برميل، وفي ناس بيشربوه without مروق. في ناس عندهم باجت اللي عندهم مروق اللي بيكبوه في مويه بينضف، بعد كده بيشدوه في النار يغلو، يلا لما يبرد بيشربوه. لكن في ناس ذاته ما قادرين يلقى حاجه فحم، في ناس ذاته ما قادرين يلقى على اساس انه مويه ده ممكن هو ينقيه كيف ذاته عشان for them to drink as a family. دي أو حاجات الناس قاعدين يلقوا مشكله في كبد، ومشكله في قلب، انت ومشكله في كلى. I mean الناس دي بتلقى الامراض دي من وين؟ زول ما بيشرب سيجاره، ما بيشرب مريسه، ما بيشرب، ما بياخد دراكس، يمشي يقول لك قال زول عنده كانسر بتاع ليفر كانسر، يقول لك زول الليفر بتاعه ما كويس، يقول لك زول عنده هابيتايتس A and C B، ما تعرف هناك حاجات دي قد يجي من وين؟ ما ممكن مواطنين في الدوله كله يكونوا عيانين بالدسم مرض. hepatitis now is very high rate the reading في جنوب السودان زي HIV.
Let me read this document. And South Sudan was warned about it. The Bureau of Standards on alert over toxic Uganda flow in the country. South Sudan National Bureau of Standards is appealing for support to strengthen its screening capacity to handle the maize from Uganda that is suspected to be unfit for human consumption. When the statement came after the scientists at the National Agricultural Research Organization based in Kampala revealed that Ugandan maize, sorghum, and groundnuts contain 10 times or higher concentrations of aflatoxins than the safety threshold recommended by the World Health Organization.
And that was dangerous.
Yes. And then what did they say? They did not end there. They said, of course, this aflatoxin is a fungal toxin that, when consumed in large amounts, can cause cancer, organ damage, and death. This
exactly.
is part. And then the other part, they say, however, some of the things I've excluded just to speed up. However, the report places South Sudan at risk as one of the main consumers of Ugandan products. Okay? So South Sudan is placed as the high risk because South Sudan is the consumer of Ugandan products. Now, the second report that came, because Kenya was also importing some of this stuff or items from Uganda, Kenya stopped it, but South Sudan didn't stop. Instead, this lady, Mary Gordon, the executive officer for South Sudan National Bureau of Standards, and I'm out of whether this office exists as an office or it is just a name with an official that doesn't do any job. This lady, what she was doing, what she did was, instead of saying, Ayama, your food is bringing some health issues to us, you stop it, she was asking for help, as they always do. So of course, South Sudanese are international skill beggars. She was asking for help, that they need help to strengthen them, to screen these products properly. They cannot stop it because where would they get
alternative?
Nothing. They don't have alternative. What they would do as their Baba does is just to go to beg. That's as because they are very good in that. They've got PhD in begging. Or most of them have got PhDs in begging. Those who can travel have got PhD in international begging, and those who can't travel have got masters in national begging. They go and beg from South Africa. That's all they do. Thank you.
That's true, brother Joseph Rafino. Your friend here is asking if you can call him later on, and he's asking that document as well. You just read out of. So,
Asma, this guy, I don't know. Where is he based? I was a long time friend of him. Maybe that is not his real name.
Kumar. I don't know if that's his real name or not. And Kumar, can you just send him a friend request on Facebook
Komar ده
by
ده اسم بتاع هنود يا أخي.
by the name of Joseph Rafino? You can see his name on the screen. This is where what you have to Google on Facebook. You will find him. Then you guys will be able to chat. So ده نحن هسه اتكلمنا هنا about water and food security and how is it affecting us South Sudanese, or how is it affecting our family members back home. Poor people of South Sudan are not able to raise their head up to speak their mind or to reject what the presidents of South Sudan is doing, or to reject the type of the food that have been exported to the country and made our people to eat those type of food. Nowadays, we have seen uh, ما في زراعة، يعني الزراعة كده عملوا لنا سيا ما في القال بكرة حيكون في حصاد and then our people will rely on. يا في ولايات مطر ما نزل كله، وفي ولايات مطر نزل لكن أبقار مجن الناس جن الكلكي. انت تزرع الليلة بكرة كان راسه طلع صغير كده ده بقر واقف جاهز for it. So our people have been terrorized left and right. انت كان مشيت في مزرعة قاعدين يجي الرب نسوان بيجي بقتلوا ناس. So people ما عملوا ناس ما زرعوا. And yet you have no option just to buy this sponge powder and to eat it as a food. Imagine after 10 years from now how people are going to live. So ده حاجة أنا در نقوله هنا. And I have one last video, then I will let me just open تاج الخزاني تسمعوا. But I really don't have anything to add. أنا بس بفتح تسمعوا. Then I have one last video. It's not that long. أنا بس بسيط أنا بشغله like 2 minutes. Then we can talk about it and we can conclude from there.
This is Professor Tajes Khazin connecting with you from Ottawa, Canada. And today is Thursday, the 9th of November, 2023. And in this video, as I promised in video number 44, that I have already shared with you, that I will do a thorough explanation of why am I hammering on this issue of the quality of public address by the president and the lack of support or ignorance to give that support by the staff in the presidency. The way this man is subjected to this kind of criticism is not fair on him. And things could have been done better. He could have read the speeches 10 times before. They could have been written in a board in front of him in very large letters. There are different ways of doing that. Somebody else could have delivered that. Where are the vice presidents? Why is it that he's the one who is always traveling? And look at how he traveled to Kenya, then he traveled to New York, then he traveled to Moscow, and then he traveled to Egypt, and now he's traveling to Saudi Arabia. And the funny thing is that in Saudi Arabia, the main meeting has been cancelled. The main meeting has been cancelled. It is not now the Arab states with Africa. It is Saudi Arabia with all Africa, one country with 54 countries. Why on earth would I go to such a meeting? But anyway, that's not our subject today. I want to take you back to video number 44. And when you listen to this one, I would like you to take notes and then go back to see exactly how the president performed in video number 44. I am sorry it is a little bit cumbersome, but if I could do it, then anyone who's interested can do it. Right. The length of the of video 44 was 42 minutes and 4 seconds. I want you to go to the time 7 minutes and 54. So from the start until 7 minutes 54, you will find the time at the bottom of the video. He wet the paper with his finger and put it in his tongue to turn the page, and he had a very long pause. I mean, you don't do that in public. You don't wet the paper with your saliva. Then go to 12 minutes, 33 seconds to see how he's struggling with the subject. He didn't have a clue what he was talking about.
The theme of this summit, driving green growth and climate finance solutions for Africa. And this is the way to go. Driving green growth will allow us to come up with solutions. The key question we have always is, how do we responsibly exploit these resources in ways that contribute towards mitigation and adaptation. These challenges lie in aligning our climate change policy with climate action plan that cuts emissions and adapt to climate impact. Presently, South Sudan has developed its second nationally determined contributions with the goal of generating 3,000 megawatts of renewable energy from hydro, solar, with wind, and geothermal gas. This to us is the path to net zero carbon by 2050.
He didn't have a clue what he was talking about. And that's very unfair. Then go to 13 minutes, 34 seconds to see the looks of boredom on the faces of the two young representatives. Now, this is in Kenya. This is in Kenya on climate and climate change. Go to 14 minutes, 11 seconds. Again, he's wetting his finger and he has a long pause. Go to 14:21. Look at the look on the faces of the two men, one wearing a black hat. I don't know if the staff of the presidency follows up these things so that they improve their performance and the performance of the president in the future, or is it just Then go to 15 minutes, 39 seconds and look at how he stumbles. Go to 16 minutes, 30 seconds and see the looks on the faces of William Ruto and Musa Faki.
Leading the way in cutting their own emissions. In fact, I'm proud to say that the Sud wetland in my country is the third long of the world. These ecosystems can sequester millions of tons of carbon dioxide annually, and in them lies the potential for carbon trading I just mentioned.
I think that should be اوكي. ده حاجه التاج الخزيني عملوا بعد. اها جو اهيد نريد.
طبعا الكلام ده ضحكني انه وقت رئيس تا كينيا بيتكلم في نهاية تا summit ده. He mentioned all his friends of the continent and their contribution, and he say my old man. That's about
My
my old
own
man with a hat, yeah.
on the black hat.
Yeah, and he mentioned the old man is not for something, for no reason. لأنه بيقول ده زول مخرف وخليه يعذره. لأنه زول the old man who doesn't know what he's doing. So عذره معه. الكلام ده طبعا مضحك خالص لأنه the policy of carbon, zero carbon emission ده سياسة ال developed countries.
والديفلوب كانتريز ذاته ما عملوا ما وصلوا في 0%.
Yeah, the policies has in a by the way, UK made a conference about that, and they have the climate change issue being held a conference last year في بلد ده. And it's a policies has داخل even في كهرباء داخل في everything, and that's the industrialized countries where they have the issues of emission, carbon emission, mean cars, mean pollution, mean industries that they have like coal or mining or big industries are vintage production they will becoming carbon the carbon dioxide في air. South Sudan, when we do one factory في South Sudan عشان to make zero emission to carbon. هم عندهم industry the oil industry اللي بيعمل لكن هنا تصفية ذاته ما قاعدين يعملوا في جنوب السودان.
ما قاعدين يعملوا تصفية
We
هناك، ما
just
قاعدين
doing transportation through a pipe. It shouldn't be a problem. لكن الريسيديو تاع chemicals الموجود بيخلوه مخلفات تاع بترول اللي قاعدين يخلوه في villages of South Sudan. That's making problems.
That cause issues here.
Yeah. لكن هناك ده we don't have
And that
industries.
should be even easily resolved لو كان قال زي في حكومة ما انت ما بتجيب ناس مثلا يجي يعملوا شغل وما يعملوا cleaning up. This is one part of the agreement there. It's supposed to be given to them. لازم انتوا شغلتوا قاعدين تشتغلوا ده انتوا بتعملوا بتحفروا اويل الكروت اويل ده، لكن الفضلات اللي بيطلع ده في طريقه لازم كيف مثلا
وذاته كرئيس الدولة what is responsibility he done towards that. مفروض ده زمن في climate change issues how he said that his government is addressing these issues. But للأسف الشديد is not addressing this issue. And that's the place where every ears would listen to him to show his success how he tackled those issues. ده الرئيس اللي بيقولوا كان قاعد يخدم بلد وبيخدم ناسه. But it's not. And he's talking he make himself a mocking stuff زي ناس كانوا celebrity تاع السوشيال ميديا اللي بيصاروا يوم من ايام صور حقهم بيجيبوا كليب what they have done. Zeki Lipago is very famous, by the way, in social media. Raisa Ganana have a lot of clips that can make a fun of him.
famous. That's why I never quit school.
Yeah, already he knows himself is very famous, so he have to keep that profile. لما ننزل من حكومة بعدين يمكن he can use it for other things.
The funny part of everything to me is that someone who is disabled, Zaida, who is disabled, Kirda is disabled physically and mentally. I'm responsible for this. Kalambita attached Hasa. He doesn't know what he was talking about. The reason I laughed was because when he said green growth, everyone's eyes were out because maybe this is a new terminology. They have come to learn something. Green growth. That's why I was laughing. But I mean, this is someone whom they claim is a president, who has got people around him to advise him on national and international stages. This issue of wetting your fingers with your saliva and turning the page of the paper, and yet COVID is still among us. Where
and
are
sometimes
those?
when he went to Kenya, I remember he's poking his nose too.
Yes. And then he was standing on the stage where he will touch here and there before he leaves the stage. Now, where are those advisors from the Mura to tell him, Yake Kalamda, these things should not be done? He did the same in the UN conference, in the UN General Assembly. He did the same. And I mean, and this is the person who is so disabled mentally and physically, yet in the country when he is passing from one point to another, people adore him like even more than Jesus. And is a person who can bring nothing. Jesus at least brought salvation, but Kir brought nothing. Kir brought death, which is the opposite of what Jesus brought. But yet he is respected more when he moves from one point to another in the country. A person who is claimed to have attained a PhD, Yakwana, let us say, he got an associate diploma from Great Lakes University in Nakuru or Mombasa, something like that, whereby he paid $100 to obtain that. We know what is meant by associate degree, university degree. And after that, not long ago, I think he got they claimed that he got a PhD. Now, is this PhD written in a dialect or in Arabic or in English? Now, if it is written in dialect, where he's fluent in it, or it is written in, all the theses were written in Arabic, where he's fluent in it, is it a crime, or is it hard, or is it expensive to get an interpreter? This is what some other world leaders do. I am comfortable with the language that I am fluent in it. I have to use that language to address you, to deliver my message. However, in order to engage you in my speech, I need an interpreter who has the same skills. It's not a crime. It's allowed. Qin Jong-hu, China, that's what he does. And a lot of these world leaders, that's what they do. But yet, he forces himself that he is fluent and competent in English, but he doesn't talk about the subject matter. He doesn't talk about what people have gone there to talk about. green growth. Even pronouncing a word, just he struggles to put one letter by letter by letter. He still struggled, and that script was written to him. I mean, most people who are categorized as educated or elites, and in giving public speech, even if it's written to you, at least there is something called rehearsal, because what is written is exactly what you know and what you're talking about. But it's contrary. Like here, this, you know, that's why there's the extreme, worst extreme, and excellence. So Kir is the worst extreme in the history of the world. Unfortunately, became the history of South Sudan. And this is someone in the social media we hear, wallahi, azolda, wanas kalam kwezi yake. Taban de sabi al sunun mafidi. Wanas kalam kwezi ya, kalam kwezi kif ya. Yaki de kalam kwezi, ale kalam.
The relative defense force ke.
Of course. Wanas kalam kwezi, when you wet your fingers with the saliva, al tala bita Saud. I understand you also, you know, God deceived Saud.
Really?
And then when the moment his eyes is off the script for milliseconds, he's lost. He is lost. When his eyes comes back, he has to pause for some minutes to find out where he was before he starts again. He doesn't engage the audience. He doesn't maintain eye contact. He doesn't quote life examples. He doesn't kulu kano. Wallahi, South Sudan is really in trouble. Like
Waga.
The funny thing is that he is excellent in killing people. He is excellent in looting the country. He is excellent in all these criminal activities. That is his profession. That is his specialization. Unfortunate.
Okay, شكرا جوزيف. أنا بخد فيديو ده هما من جنوب السودان، لكن هو بورينا المفروض how country could be developed. country مثلا في level بتاعنا بتاع جنوب السودان or في مستوى بتاعنا بتاع جنوب السودان, because we have greedy people on our seats, we have killers in our seats, we have looters and rapists and all this type of names. I can list a long list. This is where our country will never move an inch. Our country will never see development under this system. Our people will never see peace or experience peace in their own life unless حاجة اسمه الشعب الجيش الجنوبي السوداني have to stand up, and they have to find way how to remove zol. They can be engilap, can be shunu, can derini maglibu shunu, derini amuli shunu. They have to remove these people out from the system عشان هم يقدر يعيشوا عيشة حلوة وجميلة. عيشة اللي انت بتشتغل 30 يوم بتلقى مهية بتاعك كان بعد 30 يوم ولا كان بعد اسبوعين. اللي انت بتقدر تدخل جناك في مدرسة يتعلم. اللي انت بتقدر تشيل امك في مستشفى يقدر يلقى علاج بتاع السكري ولا بتاع كلى. اللي انت بتقدر تشتري لك بنادول حتى كان بقيت عندك وجع راس. لكن as long as this هم بينادوا قال ده جيش national army, but for me I see them as a militia. But again, as a militia, you guys wanted to live and survive. You guys wanted to live happy. So why not changing this government? عشان تقدر تلقى decent salary. مش $37 في الشهر. 37 ده عندنا في foreign countries هنا في western ده قروش بتاع ساعة واحد لباقي مجالات تانيين. ساعة واحد 1 hour $37 اللي انت بتلقاه بعد 6 شهر عندك. $37 انت بتلقاه بعد 6 شهر 7 شهر، وانت ما قادر تجيب to say no، وانت حسب بكره you planning to vote for them again to come back in the system to continue being a president of that country. وانت بوراك عيال، بوراك مسؤوليات. أنا هنا شايفين نيجر عمل انقلاب قبل شهور أنا ما بقول بعيد، 3 شهر تقريبا ولا 4 شهر كان بكتير. نيجر عمل انقلاب، جيش وقفوا عشان ده جيش وطني. And the main concern for them is الوطن والconstitution بتاع نيجر. They wanted to protect their own people. They wanted to protect their own land. They wanted to protect the constitution بتاع نيجر. They made coup and they took over that country. But now Niger is all the way somewhere. Let us listen.
Just imagine within 3 months of a coup and ejecting France, Niger is going to become the 4th fastest growing economy in the world by 2024, according to World Economic Outlook projections. And Niger will be the fastest growing economy in Africa. Some of you may ask, where is Ibrahim Traore on this? Well, Burkina Faso will be the 9th fastest growing economy in the world by 2024, and the 6th fastest growing economy in Africa. There are other countries in Africa that are making good progress, like Libya, despite being in war mode. But I just wanted to focus on Niger and Burkina Faso because of the obvious reasons. You know, when Niger increased the price of uranium from 0.8 euros per kilogram to 200 euros per kilogram, immediately after the junta ejected France, critics laughed at them. Now see who is laughing. Imagine French companies were selling Niger's uranium at $200 per kilogram and giving $11 to Niger. But 200 euros versus 0.80 euros? I wasn't prepared for that. Anyway, I want to say congratulations, Niger. Africa is rising, and this is our moment. Listen to this video.
Even our thieves are not patriotic. When they steal from Africa, they invest in Europe. They don't believe. The minister said, fix our own government, get a governance system. The people in charge of governance systems steal and invest elsewhere as an indictment or an affirmation of their own incompetence and incapacity. But the second bit is that I think both His Excellency Musa Faki, Professor Lumumba, and the minister indicated, when you grow a disconnect between the people who give you legitimacy, who are the ultimate resource for the transformation of any nation, when you grow a disconnect between your culture, Amilcar Cabral said, every revolution is first a cultural revolution. There were 200 coups in Africa between 1965 and 2012.
اوكي ده بس حتى اللي انا داير ناخده في فيديو ده بتاع بوركينا فاسو عن نيجر. بوريك على اساس انه انت لما build disconnection between you and شعب اللي خلاك to be legitimate or legitimated you as to be a president of the nation, then your connection, you will lose your connection مع الشعب. وانت ما بتكون شعبك، انت ما بتكون عارف شعبك ذاته داير شنو or what you supposed to do. You're supposed to provide the service للشعب بتاعك. وهو كمان mention حاجة تانية مهم. هو بيقول الناس الكبار هناك في بوركينا فاسو they invest all their money اللي هم قاعدين يلوتوا في western world يعني القروش اللي هم بيشيلوا بدل invest that money within the country itself, and you can see the similarity في جنوب السودان. حكومة بتاعنا ده ولا حكومة بتاع سلفا كير they loot money. There is money. and they have money. But all money have been used in Western, have been kept in Western. في بنوك بتاع الدول بنوك البرا من Sudan. Plus they buying houses outside the country. Some of them they doing some businesses outside the country. Like Nas Achaiwir into Sherika Gal ma South Africa somewhere. ولا تنزانيا somewhere. وعنده شركة بتاعت ملابس ولا بتاعت عرض الازياء حاجة بالشكل ده. وكمان فتح كمباني بتاعت ذهب في دبي. وعنده شنو كده انا ما اعرف some staff في تركيا. حاجات اللي ما بينفستوا في داخل السودان، في داخل South Sudan، في جنوب هناك. This is where the corruption is. This is where they take our development المفروض بلد هيعمل بو development to the outside the country somewhere. وناس تانيين يا بيستفيدوا منه. أنا هنا عشان كده development في South Sudan is long distance far distant عشان نحن نمشي نلقى تغيير وبلد ده يبنو. الناس دي اللي تنقلز الدرس الأخير. كل مرة أنا بقول كلام ده. Let me just repeat myself. تاني الدرس الأخير صورة أشياء، وبعد مرات كان ذاته عمل كيف يمكن يفتحوا لك بعملية عشان يطلعوا باقي الجذور الآخر جوا هناك. You will receive so much headache. And this is exactly حكومة بتاع سلفاكير need to be dealt with that way. لأنه ما في الديكتاتور هيطلع بسهولة. ما في الديكتاتور كان شاف قروش هيطلع بسهولة. The way Salva Kiir came from bush and now enjoying that luxury life, for him to just live like that, I don't really know. But need our collective effort. We have to put our collective effort together to make sure these men have been removed from that seat. And we have to have new faces, can bring development, bring love and unity among us. And يكون عندنا دولة بتاع مؤسسات أساس القانون والدستور اللي بيقدر بيشيلنا ل next level. لأنه كان الليلة كان عندك جيش ما بيعرف الدستور بتاع جنوب السودان and they don't know that this is part of their job to protect the constitution plus the land itself, and then the citizen of South Sudan or the citizen in the country, then we are lost. We are totally lost. So let me stop here. It's already الساعة 1 صباحا عندي.
Yeah.
We won for 4 hours. إنت ادينا conclusion بتاعك brother. رأيك شنو؟ sister لوريد. Then from there I will close the show.
أنا بتكلم في 3 ولا 4 نقاط في الموضوع بتاع الديفلوبمنت دي. Do you know the reason why they refuse to invest in the country? First of all, because there's insecurity. They feel insecure. And the reason they feel insecure is because of how they got this money. This money that they currently have, they did not get in the right way. They got it in a corrupted way, in a crooked way. So as such, they feel insecure to invest in the country. And that also includes, they feel that their families are also insecure living in the country. That's why they have bank accounts overseas, they have companies overseas, they have houses overseas, because they feel insecure. In any country, people who are ministers, who are senators, even governors or premiers or prime ministers or president, a country where there is accountability. Whenever you come to that position, your wealth is known. And if you acquire anything bigger than what is expected, because your salary is also known, if we acquire anything which is bigger than what is expected, there is an inquiry or investigation as to how you got it. You all know very well that here or in countries where there is accountability, you cannot play about with government funds, because this is taxpayers' money. If you spend $1 or £1 or €1 for no any other reason other than being approved, you go to court, or you will be asked to resign, or you'll be suspended and investigation carried until otherwise. If you are proven not guilty, then you resume your position. The other reason is also they have made the system to be a system of no accountability. You can loot as much as you can lay your hands on. Nobody will ask you. And it is clear from what is happening. Ministers are looting from here, this department. They get removed from this department and get recycled to another department to continue looting there. Because al-harami huwa harami. سواء كان سرق في ملكية هيمشي يسرق في أطلع برا. لو أنت رحلت في أطلع برا ممكن بكرة يرحل يمشي يسرق في مونوكي. Because that is him. لأنه ما في accountability, there is no law. لكن إذا في قانون هم بيخافوا. So these are the reasons why these people feel insecure. لكن طبعا that's what they have in their mind, not knowing God. There was a lady who was doing a presentation about this corruption in South Sudan, and she said, this looted money are there, but they are there in form of assets, not in the country but outside. They can be recovered if there is a government that comes in which has got accountability to its officials. These looted resources will be recovered in form of assets, but not as much as possible. موجود لكن in form of assets. So عشان كده عايزول بس زي ما هو داير في جنوب السودان، عايزول بقتل زي ما هو داير في جنوب السودان، عايزول بيغتصب زي ما هو داير في جنوب السودان، تجيب عساكر تطرد الناس في بيوتهم تشيل البيت ده، because ما في زول بيساعدك. بصفة خاص لو انت من اثنية معين او انت جنرال وهكذا. لانه الفكرة بتاعت التنمية للوطن ما في خالص. حب الوطن ما عندهم خالص. حب المواطن ما عندهم خالص. على عندهم حب النفس وتنمية النفس والأسرة كفاية. That's all they have. Thank you.
General, موضوع development is really a big issue. لكن we remain underdeveloped. What we see that the development that is happening in South Sudan in the resources that we have in South Sudan is not ours. Most of them is going out for the foreign investors in South Sudan. Lakin South Sudanese are not owning anything. And that's the للأسف إنه we are not developed. We are underdeveloped. إنما عندنا factories, إنما عندنا manufacturing. We are not producing. We are not a producing nation that can able have a surplus اللي بينتجوه ودوا لدول المجاورة. للأسف حتى زي ما بقولوا زمان كان في السودان بنقول إحنا حتى ورقة ساكت ما قاعدين ننتجه. شوف ورقة اللي بنكتب فوق ده we are not producing it. إبرة ولا قلم ولا أي حاجة. It's all coming from abroad. So that's showing that we are underdeveloped. We relying totally on export and the things who coming to our country. And the businesses that we have, our local business people and women, they also is not doing good for the economy of the country. Most of their investment بيعتمد على product countries تاني زي تركيا زي أخوتنا they mentioned تركيا ودبي ودول. Those country making their products عشان يبيعوا في دول حقهم عشان then they get hard currency and make their economy growing. لكن انت لو قاعد تشتغل لهم ده you are doing them a favor rather than doing for your country a favor. So those businessmen are doing it the wrong way around. They're supposed to manufacture and produce and send it out. للأسف الشديد country مليان بريسورسز. البرودكشن اللي بينتجوه زي الخشب اللي بيطلعوه ده بيطلعوه خام، وإنديانز بيستفيدوا منهم لأنهم بيحتاجوا لخام. So we are a supply chain and we are not producing properly. We are just giving away our raw materials the international community and we make million things from this. لأنه من الخشب بيعملوا ورقة، بيعملوا
قلم رصاص.
أساسات، بيعملوا everything من خشب ده، بيعملوا a lot of things. لكن احنا بننتج خشب ده we do nothing with them. We are not producing. So our raw material are very cheap في market. زي كلام بتاع جبال الفيديو اللي رسلته ده بوري انه اليورانيوم بيصدر رو، لكن لما يوصل في فرنسا بيعملوا له purification زي يعني بيعملوا له تصفية اللي بيخلوه pure uranium. Yeah, and then from there we do في laboratory shapes أو kind of manufactured uranium اللي بيوزوه for مثلا nuclear plants ولا بيوزوه في a lot of industries اللي بيحتاج ليورانيوم. And that is not in Africa. يعني colonization didn't make مصنع واحد من that type. and now عندنا that problem. textile ذاته قماشنا الافريكان دريس احنا قاعدين نلبسه is not a textile made 100% African. It's made textile in countries, the European countries. They have been make it to us and sell it to us and then we give them the money and when them نلبس هدومهم. So that's the industry. That's how industry work. احنا لحد ما نكون producer then احنا بنكون في طريق development. And Indian have done that. China have done that. Why not African can do that? African nation, one of African nation can do that. أنا بشوف في progress من دول زي مثلا South Africa ونيجيريا. they're trying to step to become manufacturers. زي مثلا products اللي يسموا اللي هم بيسنوا Nigeria is a producer to cassava all over the world. Nigeria is a producer to palm olive all over the world. مع إنه هم supply chain in the raw material لكن they are sending it out. Still South Africa even wine industry هم دخلوا فوقه. So that's a kind of production that بيكون من local government is going outside for import. And then now you know that you are a developed country, how you are developing towards developed country and you're improving. And that's the industry that countries need to call for. Nation are very small, they are doing nothing. And those industries are businesses are supported by this government is not helping the local people to be manufacturers or have income. يعني في وينو شركة ولا مصنع اللي بنقول إنه بيخلي employment very high employment في South Sudan غير oil industry. That's the only thing that إنه عندنا a lot of people شغالين فوقه that is having income from it. لكن ما عندنا تاني industry تاني، ما في أي industry تاني. and it's very كمان limited. يعني إن لو قلنا ب population ناس شغالين في industry تا oil بيكون percentage حقه very low. and that doesn't help لأنه الناس South Sudan محتاجين industries كتير عشان income حقهم ده بيكون stronger. So people will rely on resources من different places. يعني يكون في family at least في one family يكون في واحد شغال في oil industry. Why not? If by this time في دول الخليج they used to even the government paying salary to مواطنين even انت لو ما شغال. That's the income coming from oil production. لكن we don't see that gonna happen anytime in South Sudan. You get a benefit from your house in your front door, a benefit, cash money, because from the oil production. وده حصل في دول الخليج where the companies اللي شغالين لهم ده after long time the production they became in them resource some money that money is enough for them to pay everyone every citizen of those Gulf countries there في السعودية ولا في إمارات for example to pay them salary. أنت قاعد في بيت and you get a salary from the government from your oil production.
حتى ليبيا ما كان قذافي بيعمل للناس بتاعه.
Exactly. So we are not reaching there and we cannot reach with this regime. We need a regime that can make that possible, where it can make the companies, the oil, responsible to pay salary to every citizen of South Sudanese. Will get a lump sum of money from oil production. And that's not going to happen with this regime or its cabinets, because all their cabinets are thieves and gangs, and they are not into the interest of South Sudanese people. They are into interest of their pocket and their family, a small size family, that they are very greedy, never allowing even the others to have the chance to develop themselves. أنا بجي فينا شكرا.
Okay, شكرا نوريد، شكرا برادر جوزيف من أجل الحضور ووقت اللي توافقتوا عشان تجي تقدموا معايا البرنامج today. I can't thank you enough guys. ربنا يخليكم معكم. أنا ما عندي حاجة كتير أنا بقوله زي ما أنا قلت قبل. جنوبين need to be alert, جنوبين need to be awake, جنوبين need to stand up because احنا قاعدين في South Sudan بالذات there is nothing قال في international community جاي يساعدنا ولا جاي يحررنا. There is nothing called قال في ناس African Union they coming to stand with us or support us or even to liberate us from this slavery or from these atrocities taking place against us in South Sudan. So if we don't stand up by ourselves, or else you just have to just submit yourself and submit whatever you have to Salva Kiir and be quiet. لأنه يوم ده كلام قال امشي اعملوا حاجاتكم هناك ولا امشي اقتلوا بعضكم هناك. زول الغلبه يجي لي but you need to be quiet. تقعد تحت زي مرة. الكلام ده قاعدين يقولوا للرجال by the way. تقعد تحت زي مرة. You don't open your mouth anymore. وهو قاعد يقول كده he's 100% fully armed his people to the teeth. وانتوا قاعدين يعملوا منكم سكريبت، قاعدين يشيلوا منكم. انا سمعت كان قبل كم شهر قال حتى كان شافوك انت ساي ماشي بعصايه بيشيلوا منك في الشارع. كان لقوك ساكت شايل فنقه في يدينك ولا انت ماشي زراعه بشنو بيشيلوا برا من يدينك. بمعنى they don't want to see you with anything that can harm their own people. لكن الناس بتاعهم يهو بمشي بكلانشينكوب برفعوا انه اسلحه الجداد ده الجابوا من راشا الاسود ده الجداد اسلحه الجداد whatever you name it. I don't know what is the name of that سلاح جوزيف. So ده national security اللي بيمشي ورا ابقى
جابوا من اسرائيل.
من اسرائيل يب يعني. So اسلحه ده ناس الماشين ورا بقرة شايلينه and these people going behind the cows, they are the one terrorizing you and killing you and looting you and taking over your lands. You guys need to open your eyes to say no. You have to learn how to say no. I know it's going to cost life. I know and I understand it's very hard to do, but we have to shed blood. جنوب السودان ده need to shed another blood عشان يكون في تحرير. التحرير النسية اللي بيقولوا له تحرير, and then this is where we will liberate ourselves. عشان أي زول يكون حر من عبادات بتاع سلفا كير ده. ما أنت ما قدرت تقعد في بيت يقول لك أنت ريبل, تمشي شغل تيجي شهر ما تصرف مهية. انت قاعد في بيت يقول لك انت اتمردت. انت كان نوير يقول لك انت بقيت خلاص مردت تبريات. انت كان يكوتوري انت مردت تبطوم الشريلو. لما تمشي شغل ذاته ما في مهية تشتغل and the same man المفروض تصرفوا ده في ناس تاني قاعدين يصرفوا في هلا قاعدين يقولوا لهم قال بقر ولد يوم 30 they go and they receiving money every month with no even working بمعنى انت يا شغال وفي زول تاني قاعد يصرف من هي بتاعك. This is the country that احنا شكلنا له ان قلنا حررنا بلد من شمال. ما انه عرب ما كان قاعد يعملوا حاجات ديل بصراحه، يعني الناس يكونوا اونست، عرب ما كان قاعد يعمل حاجات ده. في خرطوم ده الناس شغالين 30 سبا يوم 30 زي بالظبط قروش قاعد ينزل. انت بتصرف قروشك جاي في بيتك ما شاء الله، شايل لك كيس لحم، كيس خضار، كيس برتقال لعيال، حبه سكر، شنو شنو شنو، بتدفع ايجار بيت، بتدفع رسوم مدرسه، تشتري احتياجات بتاع عيالك بتاع مدرسه، كان دي جزمه ولا كراسات. انت ما عندك مشكله، ما عندك مشكله اصلا. حتى في خرطوم ده ذاته كان في مدارس كاثوليكيه ديل العيال ما قاعدين يدفعوا فوق مدارس قروش. في مدارس تبع كنسيه ديل عيال ما قاعدين يدفعوا فوق قروش. حتى في مدارس حكوميه ديل الرسوم حقه ما كان لدرجه انه قال كسر رقبه، ولا كان مثلا انت ما عندك جناك ما بيجي في مدرسه. عندنا اولاد جنوبيين لقوا سكولرشيب في الشمال لا، مشوا في مصر قروا جامعات، مشوا في لبنان في سوريا قروا جامعات، في واحدين مشوا في تجارة ايست كانتري هناك قروا جامعات. لكن في زمن الحاضر ما في جامعات لعيال السنبلة. قبل اخونا جوزيف قرا كلام ده هنا. they have to make reserve spot لعيال بتاعهم. they have to make sure عيال ده have been sent for scholarship to go and study abroad. لكن دي اللي كان اسمك دين ولا مالوال، كان اسمك جنيه you don't get that scholarship. كان اسمك جوزيف رافينو or لوريد you not belong. لكن اسمك دين ولا مالوال يقول لك
بيقولوا لك انت من يوغندا ولا من كينيا.
انت سكولرشيب ده بتلقاه كده بسرعه. وكمان لما تمشي كل بعد شهر شهرين بيرسلوا لك قروش، بيرسلوا لك قروش مصاريف بوكيت ماني. لكن باقي عيال اللي بيدخلون بقوه في المستانين ديل يمشوا في سكولرشيب they struggling to find hygiene staff. they struggling to survive عشان يلقى اكل، مع انه هم اصلا عيال في مصر ده بيشتغلوا ويشين وياكل ويشتغل ويقروا عشان كيف يقدر يدفع ايجار، عشان كيف يقدر ياكل. وبعد مرات ذاته هو بيدفع الرسوم بتاعه لانه من هناك بجت ما جابوا لهم، ما دفعوا له قروش. في 3 اولاد انا بعرفهم في مصر ده. every 3 months they ممكن يشتغلوا ما لقوا قروش enough they asking money. auntie help us, uncle help us. تلقى له 50 $100 تجدالو زادلو بلقاو هناك حبوا بيزيدوا بدفع ريجستريشن بتاع سكن هناك. شفت كيف؟ يعني في حاجات كده ما صح. وكله بعد ده كله بيخرج لما يرجع الجنوب ما بيلقى شغل، يمشي يشتغل بدا يشيل شهاده حقه يحطه في الشنطه، يقعد جنب وابوه يمشي يشتغل بدا ولا يمشي يحرق فحم في غابه. ويجي يلقوا بمجرمين دي سيم ناس قتلوا هذا ده يقتلوا لك بعد قرايه ده كله اللي هو تيب لك ده يجي يقتلوا لك. في عزة شبابه انت ما استفدت منه. بلد ده در تحرير من جديد، بلد ده در تحرير من جديد، وبلد ده در ليبريشن، در ليبريشن اللي بيقولوا الريل ليبريشن، الريل وان، ما كلام فارغ زي بتاع السلفكير اللي من جامل فوق هايجاك ده. no the real one that I'm talking about. otherwise ان احنا هنكونوا خدم for the rest of our life. ونحن هسه وصلنا في عمر كبير، عمرنا ما صغير. عيالنا يا بيجي بيعيش ده تعب، ما هيلقوا مكان يعيشوا فوقه لانه اراضي حقهم كله بيكون شالو. they will never know where they come from. لان انت لما تيجي راجع عشان ترجع جنوب السودان you have to accept the Jeng law. you have to accept انت هتقعد under mercy بتاعهم. you have to accept that they are the one not you, or else طيارتك هيقوم. So أنا بجيب هنا، أنا مرة أخرى أنا بقول شكرا من أجل الحضور، ناس المشاهدين من قبل ومتابعين معنا. ربنا يخليكم معكم يحفظكم لحد ما نحن نتقابل الأسبوع الجاي. Remember, this election coming is against you. You have already seen the policy come out. The land is belong to people, is not belong to community that you know. So you guys need to make your mind. Eastern Equatoria already stand up. They stood up together and they make a final resolution for Kalambita land policy that they went to Radio Tamazik, and they gave their opinion that they are not they reject that policy 110%. I wanted to see more community coming out. I wanted to see more community. You guys need to come out and condemn this. Today, you need to come out and condemn this. Because حاجة ده ما من صالحكم، ما من صالح إيالنا ديل حيمشي يعيشوا وين؟ وكله باقي قبائل تانيين في جنوب السودان. Everybody have to make their own mind. كان دارين يقتلوا ناس خليه يقتلوا ناس. So let me stop here. I will play my last video song to close.
Idasir sana wajuba lisanyalama shawari del nyongoro aine bya musulbe kakarba umwe lisa wangulube tiri la hola contract wodile nastabara uros de kulu kese mufijeba corruption biga safi kulu sector sala kenisa tala business center aino abuna biga bidor be bouncer leaders have eyes but they can't see for the future on this country. I biga safi bele mazet bediride iya biga tala sika bele mazet bediride I biga safi bele mazet bediride iya biga tala sika bele mazet bediride biwaja shedi umata ina fi beto bi asadu ya wele itafana nke biputa mabake abinu mara dugu telefon jana bansu min school headmaster gali fisto lisa madafawo ya beledia itabiga nuketir mami bumfok fata ina taki ihala tabania baba Dictor John itabiga nuketir baba bumfok fata ina taki ihala tabania corruption biga safi kulu sector sala kenisa tala business center abuna biga bidoro be bouncer leaders have eyes but they can't see for the future in this country. Aya biga safi bele mazet bediride iya biga tala sika bele mazet bediride aya biga safi bele mazet bediride iya biga tala sika bele mazet bediride biwaja shedi